and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Hey, folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening 5:30.
Colin the bear goes swimming in a popular place for humans. So what should you do if you see him? And also taxes are set to go up in the local school district. We'll have details on those stories and more at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The U.S. and Iran are preparing to sign an interim peace deal that will reopen the Strait of Hormuz and give Iran broad financial incentives, including the U.S. lifting all sanctions on its oil right away and access to a $300 billion U.S. development fund. Well, that sent the price of oil plunging, closing at around $76 a barrel, while stocks were mixed on concerns about tomorrow's first Federal Reserve decision on interest rates under new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. At the close, the Dow was at a new record high, up 329 points. The Nasdaq lost 308, a more than 1% decline on weakness in tech shares, especially chip makers. The S&P lost 43. Apple launching its upcoming camera-equipped AI-infused AirPods late next year, along with a next-generation foldable phone and a brand-new iPhone model. And a Japanese pet lifestyle brand is now selling what it's calling delicious cat fur. It's really just cotton candy that looks like a fur ball. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, Brian Knepp. He's the founder of 814 Pred Hunters. Yep, that's you. And we're back. And, you know, we've outlined what you do. We've outlined the success that you have and what your website does. So let's try to get to the bottom of it. The Westmoreland County District Attorney has not prosecuted cases. You can't even get in touch with them. 6 individuals have been exposed in that county. What's more to it, or where are we here with Westmoreland County? Why do you think they won't play ball with you?
I have no idea, to be honest with you. I mean, it doesn't take much to go and review other cases and to prove. You know, there's even been a Superior Court case that was successful. So she has zero excuse on not charging these individuals like that illegal alien. I talked to a Detective Kinger at PFP over the phone the other day, and he told me he was watching us live during the catch and was on the phone with her. She told him, tell the officers not to do a thing. I don't understand it. You know, these guys are out there in her county actively preying on these children. It's not like I brought other guys to her county. These guys are in her county. Makes no sense.
Would you be willing to talk to her and explain what your, for lack of a better term, what your product is or what it does? Or are you of the thinking she already knows exactly what you do?
I have made multiple attempts to have conversations with her. I've sent out emails to every DA in the state to have a set-down meeting with them. And with zero response from her at all. None.
Huh.
I want to sit down with these DAs and talk to them. I want to work with the DAs and the police. That's what I want to do. That's my main objective, is working with the police and the DAs and having these guys off of our streets, not preying on our kids.
Now, I'm sure you've heard this before. What do you say to the people, and I don't agree with this, I think it's a very noble cause that you're doing, but what do you say to the people who say, leave the police work to the police, Brian?
That would be an awesome idea. However, the police don't have the manpower or the funds to do what we do. We put over 150 hours in every single day doing what we do. They don't have the funds in which to do so or the manpower anymore.
Are you funded by donations from people who subscribe to your site, or how does it work?
We're donation founded. That's exactly how it is. You know, we have multiple donation sites on our Facebook page. That's how we're funded. That's how we get everywhere, is by donations.
Last thing for you, do you see it advancing in numbers in terms of the people you're able to expose, and do you see you're being welcomed more, or are you being shunned more? How has it been over the past year, 2 years, whatever it is?
I believe it's gotten more difficult to catch these guys. They don't want to interact with kids as much online, over the past few years. As far as I've seen a big uptick in DAs and police working with us in the last year, I would say. It seemed to have gotten a lot better in certain areas and just hasn't changed, obviously, in some.
Got it. I appreciate you coming on today. You're doing a very good thing. Thank you for your time. We'll talk again soon.
Hey, thanks again, buddy. Anytime.
Absolutely. It's a slippery slope of sorts, but if somebody's out trying to help out, I find it impossible to turn a blind eye to them. Really interesting stuff. Demand the yellow van, Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Water gets in, they get to work. Big storms, some just happened the other day. Service Master helps you out. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation possible. That is for sure. Service Master, Greater Pittsburgh, the trusted local team for fast water extraction, drying, and full restoration. Yep, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Let's hit traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Getting reports of a traffic collision on the 6100 block of Steubenville Pike in Robinson Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is still slow moving and heavily congested through Oakland, but we're starting to see small pockets of improvement beyond Bates Street. The Parkway West outbound remains stacked through the Bathtub region. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath? Have you taken your child to the emergency room, urgent care, or hospital for asthma symptoms? Has your child missed school because of asthma? If you said yes to any of these questions, it's time to talk to an allergy and asthma specialist like me, who understands how difficult and frustrating it is to see your child struggle with asthma every single day. The good news is there are new ways and new medications to help you and your child take control of asthma and live an active life. If you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 75 degrees at 5:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. Vice President Vance was on The View today and responded to a recent article from the New York Times that said he and other top Trump administration officials had meetings in the Situation Room about the Epstein files. Vice President Vance also responded to questions about why millions of files have still not been released.
Why haven't we seen the release of over 2.5 million additional Epstein file documents? It seems like you are someone that is on the right side of history on this.
So we have released, I think it's 6 million files or 6 million pages of documents. My understanding is that 2.5 million, Sonny. I'm going to check on this to make sure, but my understanding is that a lot of those are duplicates of things that have already been released.
So we're not
holding anything back.
A black bear spotted swimming in North Park Lake, drawing plenty of attention from visitors. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has that.
Braden Miter, lead supervisory park ranger for Allegheny County Parks, tells KDKA Radio that visitors encountering a bear should keep a safe distance.
You can make some noise to alert that bear that you are there. But if you just keep your distance and give it its space, it'll move about its day. It's not really looking to bother people. It's really just out there looking for food.
He reminds pet owners that county park rules require dogs to be leashed at all times.
If you have your dog off leash, it sees the bear, it runs over at the bear because it sees something new, it wants to interact with it, it starts barking at it. That could cause a negative interaction for the bear and for your pet.
Upper St. Clair School Board has given final approval to its upcoming fiscal year budget, so that means the 3% tax hike there has been approved. The district says for a median homeowner in Upper St. Clair, the increase works out to about $224 a year. On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 329 points. The Nasdaq closed down 308. S&P 500 lost 43. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. Tonight, the Pirates look to get back over 500 as they battle the A's in Sacramento. Mitch Keller takes the hill. The Pens extend Taylor Gautier at goal for another year. KDK Radio News Time 5:32. If you're injured, time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial Pound Law for the people. Our next update at 6. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free. Visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
In celebration of America 250, Precision Pointing and Restoration is honoring the people who built our country. Pittsburgh's premier award-winning masonry company is giving back to those who served. Right now, you can nominate a veteran in your life to receive a free chimney restoration or brick repointing project from Precision Pointing and Restoration. Go to brickpointingpittsburgh.net before June 26th to nominate a veteran today. Because after everything they've given, Precision Pointing believes that our veterans deserve a home that stands strong.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Here we are. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is stop and go from before the Oakland on-ramp. The Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion backing you up through Robinson Town Center, and further down traffic restarts from Green Tree Hill as you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is jammed as you wrap into the bathtub region of the city. Both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a partly cloudy sky tonight, there will be a couple of showers late. We'll get down to 58 for an overnight low. A shower in some spots tomorrow morning. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, high 77. Then we'll have a couple of showers and storms tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh International Airport gets a world-class award. Rich Fitzgerald will be here on our 7 o'clock hour to talk about that and more.
I don't know what that award is. That's going to be interesting to hear. I will say, and by the way, we'll give away these tickets. Be sure to be listening. Motley Crue tickets, your cue to call. I'm not soured on awards, but when an airport says we're the #1 this, that, or the other, or a place akin to an airport, that's always weird to me. And here's why. The expectation, from me at least, is to be great. You're an airport. Make stuff on time. I don't know. Same with like restaurants. Well, this restaurant gets this award and that award. Well, yeah. The expectation is everybody's food's supposed to be great. Or I would just cook at home. I don't know. I look at things in a weird way, I'm sure. All right, what do you make of that last interview? 866-391-1020. Is it just left right where it is as they set up a ruse, they find pervs and people who are doing ridiculous and disgusting things on the internet, and they get these guys and they catch them before they can offend and hurt a real person? See, that's how I look at it. I think they're doing noble work. I got a text here at 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Colin, I personally commend you to have your a guest from Pred Hunters on and what they're doing. It needs to be done. That being said, I think part of the problem exists with their legal ability to lawfully detain a suspect, not to mention their credentials. Can you please ask him what the credentials are and explain what a legal entity gives them proper authority to detain an individual for multiple hours at a time? I've personally witnessed this on their Facebook page. I agree with you there, but I don't think, and I'll say this, in what I've seen from those sites, and from that site in particular, is they tell people you're free to go. You can leave if you want, but we're going to call the police and we got your license plate or whatever, or you can like sit and talk to us about this and what you got going on and why you're a scumbag. From what I've seen, they don't give people the impression they're law enforcement at all. They tell people they're from a website. I don't know, and I've put in an email to the Westmoreland County District Attorney's Office. I have not heard back. Some people cry about being entrapped or being entrapment or whatever it is. I don't find that to be the case. If you're not dealing in seedy stuff on the internet and you're not looking to hook up with somebody underage, you're not going to cross paths with them. It seems to be as simple as that. And whether you get prosecuted or not, whether the district attorney brings charges or not, that's something to where it's kind of an impossibility to just get caught up in this unless you're the person who's supposed to be, well, caught up in it. Tom's in Maryland. Hi, Tom.
Well, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I was really hoping to be able to try to get on with your guest there at the time. The one question that I wanted to ask is, can they provide online what their credentials are and what gives them the legal authority to detain?
Yeah, I just read that. Did you text here as well?
Yes, I did.
Yes, and I read that. They don't have legal credentials, i.e. like a law enforcement agent. They are sort of doing vigilante justice, and they have no authority to detain. But in every video that I've ever seen from them and outfits like them, they don't ever give the impression that you're detained. They tell you can go if you want.
I did see that in a couple of the videos. However, I also saw there too. They got, and rightfully so, don't get me wrong here, some very big dudes there with them, and very intimidating. So they kind of I'm not speaking up for the guys that are doing this nasty crap online here. Trust me, I'm not speaking up for them. I'm just looking from the perspective of what their legal authority is, and possibly.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to understand what you're getting at here. What does the size of somebody have to do with telling you you're free to go?
The intimidation factor.
That's on you. Like, you're either free to go or you're not.
It.
You're either free to go or you're not free to go. I've never one time, and I've watched these videos, I've never seen them give the impression or misappropriate themselves as law enforcement, nor have I heard them say, I've never not heard them say, you can go if you want, or you can stick around, but we're going to call the police either way.
Yeah, I get that. I really do. And hopefully these guys get the idea that they never make that mistake ever again.
See, I don't think it's a mistake. That's the thing, and I think that's where you and I might be at odds. A mistake is leaving the refrigerator door open or leaving the house and saying, "Oh man, did I shut the garage door or not?" That's a mistake.
I used the wrong wording, but I hope you understand what I meant.
No, I got you. I understand. Okay. I get it, but. Yeah. You seem to be leaning toward finding every out possible for somebody who's trying to have sex, potentially, with a teenage kid.
Yeah, these guys are sick. They are. Okay. However, which way we can put a stop to it, we need to put a stop to it. That's my thought. I appreciate you taking my call. I do got to get off the phone there. Thank you very much.
Not a problem, Tom. See you. No. I heard in talking to Brian Knapp, who's from 814 Pred Hunters, I heard very clearly and very straightforward that we wish we didn't have to do this. We don't really want to do it. But legitimate or real or honest to goodness law enforcement, the police, they don't have enough manpower. They don't have enough people to devote to this. And if we can do it and then hand over what we have and it leads to charges, why wouldn't we do it? Ross is in East Liberty. Hi, Ross.
Yeah, Colin. If I understood and heard the interview right the way you did, if they never mispresent themselves as law enforcement, and everything is documented and on video, and that video is allowed in court. There's sometimes the thing about is this video clandestine, and in Pennsylvania, our recording law.
Two-party state, right?
Yeah, they might hang up on it. Oh, yeah, these guys need to be, and maybe a few female. Yes, they need to be stopped. So if they're getting off in the county, I thought I couldn't leave, or all that kind of stuff. But I think a citizen's arrest is one thing in this gentleman's favor, and maybe, like I said, they're wiretapping, but they're doing good work.
I'm with you. I have a hard time finding. Now, I don't like those videos, and they're out there. Not these guys. But there's other outfits, they'll punch somebody in the face. That's too far. Somebody's going to end up getting shot. Somebody's going to end up getting killed. And as much as, people who are pedophiles or trying to be pedophiles, I don't have a whole lot of compassion for them. You can't be vigilante justice in terms of walking up and just starting to punch people in the face. That's too much. Okay, I think it's time. Oh, man. 2 tickets to see Motley Crue, Pavilion Starlight, Friday, July 17th from Live Nation. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. We'll get to the 8th caller in just a few moments. That's 866-391-1020. 8th caller gets the Motley Crue tickets. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Route 28 outbound is still heavy, but starting to loosen in spots, while Parkway East outbound remains congested, but no longer fully jammed. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Canada hosts a World Cup for the first time and arrives with genuine quality. A towering striker and an inventive attacking midfielder anchor a young, fearless squad. They're no longer a feel-good story. They're a real team.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. My wife Barb and I celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary with a Florida family vacation. The intense August heat prompted me to share a story with my grandkids about working my first job as an assistant golf pro in my early 20s. I earned $2.10 an hour and was thrilled when I found a great pair of work shoes for only $7. They were injection molded plastic. Even the stitching was plastic. I felt like I'd hit the jackpot with those fine-looking shoes. That was until I was teaching a golf lesson on a hot summer day when, standing on the tee, I felt my feet burning up and realized my shoes were literally melting onto the grass. I suddenly realized why they'd been such a bargain. Remembering times like those make me appreciate the journey of my life. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
30 time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, bid 29. If that'll help, bid 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Big box appliance and TV stores move volumes of product. They're not focused on you. You know who is? My friends at Voss TV and Appliance are family-owned and customer-focused since 1960. Rick, Matt, the entire team, experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. Voss has a huge selection of brands. Their own team does delivery and installation. And Voss's prices are amazing. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Oh, I see David in there. He's getting ready for the top of the hour. Let's find out what he's got going on. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's a look at what he's got going on for 6. Hi, David.
Hey, Colin. And not so fast for some student-athlete transfers. And the Feds say some anti-ICE demonstrators in Minnesota were not just your run-of-the-mill protesters. Details coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right. Hello to you. Almost goodbye to you. I still can't get past this whole situation with everything that happened here.
FBI Director Kash Patel, in a statement released to ABC News, said, on June 10th, FBI and our law enforcement partners became aware of a potential threat to the UFC 250 event in Washington, D.C., involving individuals outside the national capital region. The investigation so far involves individuals in Ohio, Missouri, California, and Nebraska.
This foiled plot with the UFC fights at the White House.
Sources telling ABC News that on Monday, 5 people were detained in connection with the alleged plot, with as many as 23 people allegedly involved. According to sources, suspects allegedly plan to use explosive-laden drones, which would be designed to hit buildings to spur a mass evacuation.
Explosive-laden drones. I mean, this is the stuff out of a horror movie. It just is. It's crazy when you think about all of it. And apparently they arrested a Nebraska resident here.
It's not talk that you want to talk about as governor of Nebraska. But I think the hardcore reality is what we have to recognize is that there's hardened criminals everywhere across the United States and unfortunately here in the state of Nebraska.
Jeez, a little more.
I could not be more proud of our local FBI, of our local state patrol. The role that Douglas County and OPD played, I'm not sure, but our law enforcement is awesome.
I've thought about this, and, you know, even back to the NFL draft when we talked about having big crowds and whatever. There's so many people now, whether they follow through with it, they just think about it, or something bad does happen. There's so many nefarious characters out there, people seemingly just mad at the world, that I still go in crowds, and I don't mind a big event. In fact, I enjoy it here and there. But I definitely have changed the way I go about my business. And I'm talking just in the last 2-3 years, maybe 4 years or so, especially since the pandemic, I guess. In that, cognizant is the word that keeps kind of coming to the top of it for me. I'm definitely more cognizant of my surroundings and have a plan. I have a plan before I go in. And this sounds so crazy. And you make it sound like you're your own sort of like special agent or sort of armed forces guy or whatever when you're not. But you have an exit strategy. Or at least I do. I don't know how anybody else is. But it's not the whole time, but it's in your subconscious. You're thinking like, okay, where was that one door? And what's the easiest way to get to my car? And if something crazy happens, how do I just get out of here the quickest way? There was a time in life you never thought about that. It was, well, if something were to happen, I'm just going to react. But now it's totally different. It's a sad state of affairs. It just is. But you hear stories like that, and you go, all right, I don't think it's ever going to cripple us as a society to where we don't have these things. And then it's very dependent upon the proactive security, and that's of utmost importance. But I formulate a plan, and it's always sort of spinning in my brain as I'm at an event. Just crazy stuff. All right, tomorrow, big show. Can't wait. It'll be a Wednesday. We'll be halfway through the week. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. The Parkway East outbound is still slow moving through Oakland, while the Parkway West outbound remains backed up through the Bathtub region towards the Fort Pitt Bridge. Though conditions are slowly improving in spots. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Hey, this is Lisa. You'll only find me at Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Blind shades, shutters, and draperies are my passion. Call me 724-933-5500. NestExpressions.com.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds.
Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 76 degrees at 6 o'clock. I'm David Colorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. The WPIAL is tightening its review of student-athlete transfers, ruling 8 players ineligible for the upcoming school year. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
Board of Directors examined a growing number of transfer cases, including athletes who have moved between multiple schools during their high school careers. Executive Director Vince Sortino tells KDKA Radio the goal is to ensure moves are made for legitimate reasons, not athletic advantage.
It's the transfer of the kids that cannot be athletically motivated. So that is one of the areas that we look at to make sure that kids are not transferring for athletic purposes. They're not following a coach.
Sortino says the PIAA sets the rules and oversees the appeals process. He adds that while the WPIAL reviews hundreds of transfer cases each year, most are ultimately approved. He also says school districts can appeal the decision. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Federal prosecutors in Minnesota have charged 15 people who they say are anti-ICE protesters with alleged ties to 2 Minneapolis-based Antifa groups. U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen announcing the charges today at a news conference.
Today, a federal indictment was unsealed, charging 15 defendants with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and other charges related to efforts of 2 Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently opposed the enforcement of federal law in our state.
2 of the 15 people are not yet in custody. Details are spotty regarding what is in the so-called Memorandum of Understanding, the agreement the White House says it will sign with Iran on Friday. According to President Trump, the Strait of Hormuz will be reopened to maritime traffic, but the Iranians have signaled they may charge some sort of fee for ships to pass through. Daniel Karbler, a retired lieutenant general and the former head of the U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command, also tells ABC News that the agreement isn't binding, and there are questions about how reopening the strait would be enforced.
What legal teeth does this have? You know, who is going to hold each party accountable? Who's got the responsibility to follow through on consequences with this memorandum of understanding should one side or the other not follow through on the understanding? I also think that this can't become a memorandum of misunderstanding. You know, are there tolls? Are there not going to be tolls? Is it going to be an open passageway?
It's a move that could help entice new development to Fayette County. It's received a new Keystone Enterprise Zone designation, meaning companies that move or expand there could get tax breaks and credits. The zone now covers 24 of Fayette County's municipalities. A black bear spotted swimming in North Park Lake, drawing attention from visitors and wildlife officials. Brandon Mader, park ranger for the parks, tells KDKA Radio that the animal appears to be moving through on its own, and he has some tips for what you should do if you should encounter the bear in your neighborhood.
And you have bird feeders outside.
bring those inside because they will raid your bird feeder and you might find it smashed to pieces or, the pole bent on the ground in the morning. So if you feed your pets outside, bring that inside, do a feeding. Don't leave, a bowl full of food outside overnight. And then make sure on trash night, you don't leave your trash out all night long. Take it out first thing in the morning.
A mixed day on Wall Street. The Dow closed up 329. The Nasdaq lost 308. The S&P 500 down 43. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. Mitch Keller on the mound tonight as the Bucks visit the Athletics in Sacramento. First pitch at 9:40. And the Pens re-signed goalie Taylor Gautier to a one-year extension. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. It's 76 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
CCAC fall registration is open, and you can still sign up for summer class. Get this. Whether you're a new or existing CCAC student, currently in high school, or enrolled at another university, CCAC summer classes are a win-win. Folks, they're affordable college credits. They can speed up your education or transfer to more than 500 colleges and universities. Visit ccac.edu and start saving a bundle.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
Here we go for a terrific Tuesday night. Lots of stuff to get to between now and 10, but let's begin from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. With a look at traffic, here's Logan Armblaster. Logan.
Thanks, Rob. The Parkway East outbound is still slow through Oakland, but traffic is steadily improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound remains heavy, but it's starting to loosen up a little bit in the Bathtub region. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers late, low 58. And there could be a shower first thing tomorrow. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, a high of 77. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm around tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is a story that affects not just the nation, but right where you call home. The Department of Education takes a major step in dismantling itself. Sources telling ABC News the Department of Health and Human Services is expected to offer offices of special education programming and rehabilitation services and administration. The Justice Department will be responsible for the agency's civil rights oversight. Transferring the offices will impact millions of students and families, including 7 million people who receive around $15 billion in grants through the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the law creating free and appropriate education for children with disabilities. Look, obviously things have to get better because when your tax base is shrinking, there are certain things that have to change. But I do not like this at all, messing with the Department of Education. And I've even had family members say to me, do you really think your tax dollar is going where it needs to make sure that students in the Commonwealth and this country are getting the biggest bang for their buck? Are they able to be educated with all the tools of the trade, things that they need? Are teachers and administrators getting what they need in those brick and mortar buildings to deliver the best education possible? All I know is America needs to get up and moving again, and this is going to be kind of the theme of tonight's show because there are a lot of stories that have been developing in recent hours that you've heard on KDKA radio that we need to discuss, and I'll get to more of that in a moment, but I want to continue the deep dive on this. Education is the single most important entity we have in this country. There is nothing that is more important other than maybe developing cures for diseases like cancer. I can't think of anything that is as important. And because of public education struggling in recent years, because we're not up and moving and creating jobs in Pennsylvania that give good paychecks with a lot of tax dollars filtering back into the community that you live, our education system is in shambles. And it's not the administrators, it's certainly not the teachers who work harder than anyone. I'd like to see you walk a mile in their shoes. Believe me, been there, done that, the most difficult job on the planet. But it's about the innocent, those young children who go that very first day, and in many cases, preschool even starts at 2 and 3 now. They're just wanting to be a sponge and to get every piece of information possible that will give them a fighting chance to be able to compete for a good paying job when they start to journey down that path that is called life. That's right, your earning years that you are learning and creating and building memories that hopefully will last a lifetime. But unless we figure out what is going on in education, we are in a big, big spot that is nothing but trouble moving forward. I'm not saying they're doing everything right, but I think this is one thing that needs to be left alone because it's been good for generations and it can be again. It just needs to be tweaked, the Department of Education. All right, speaking of education, kudos to Corey O'Connor, $21 million all, but now another $3 million added to that, and that's why the total is just where it is. Carnegie Mellon, I saw Rachel Heisler, city controller, posting about it. This is great news. This is fantastic news. We had her on last night talking about the Pittsburgh Public Schools. Well, that $3 million is going right to the Pittsburgh Public Schools. I don't just like that story. I absolutely love that story. Now, here's a story that really has piqued my interest a little bit as well, too. And that is this whole transfer thing as far as the WPIAL. You heard Tamara talking about it in that report with David. Athletics is a big ticket item. Athletics brings in a lot of money to school districts. If you have had an opportunity to visit some of the 6A and 5A schools, they are Taj Mahals. Look, I did play-by-play for 20 years, okay? The schools that I covered back in the day are the same ones that we have here on KDK Radio, the best coverage anywhere, bringing communities together. But make no mistake about it, when NA and Pine Ridge and Lockhorn's on a football field, it is must-see entertainment. I'm telling you right now, when I was doing play-by-play, they were finding a way to transfer from one school to the next. Please, don't sweat the little things, even though you think they make a big difference. It's competitive. It's what you call game on. That's what we do when it comes to all sports. How in the world else, and this is the best example I can give you, a young man who would eventually be known as Iron Mike, who was born over the hill from where we are in Green Tree in a great community called Carnegie, that actually ended up going to Aliquippa because his dad got a job at J&L Steel. It's been going on forever. This is why this whole thing about, Catholic education and why they should have a separate leg, and they've been recruiting forever. Everybody's been recruiting. Everybody is finding a way and loopholes to make their child go from one school to the next. You have AAU travel ball now. That's why the majority of Little Leagues and Pony Leagues and Colt Leagues and American Legion teams have had to co-op and bring kids in from other communities because they don't have the sheer numbers anymore because mom and dad think their child is going to be the next Mickey Mantle. All I know is we've got so many important things in this world to look at right now, and we're not looking close enough. Now, the other thing that's real local, and I was even thinking of giving my buddy Ted Arnaud a call to talk about it. These skill games, these are not the games that we need to be talking about. We need to get people back into the game of life. We need to get them motivated again and moving again. The only place that these, in my opinion, slot machines or skill games or games of chance should be are in casinos, brick and mortar with professionals, those who are watching, the eye in the sky, those that are preventing, those that are giving you a destination, a place to go to get entertainment, good food, watch your favorite sporting events, see some big-time comedian or musician, and maybe if you're lucky enough because you only have set hours to be in that casino, you may pull the arm of the one-armed bandit and get a little pocket full of cash. But I have gone into too many of these places throughout my daily travels where I'm getting that first cup of coffee in the morning and I'm seeing the same person when I'm filling up my gas tank long after dinner time. I don't really like these skill games. They concern me because you see people with that glass-eyed look, brain fog, because they've been doing it all day hoping for whatever the payoff may be, if there is even a payoff. But the bottom line is, I've been around the game a long time, and those are slot machines, those skill games. They're in the same category, and I think this ruling was absolutely spot on. We're going to talk about that later tonight, too. We got a ton of stuff, folks, ton of stuff. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, and you can also watch us online. KDK Video Stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream, and now you can just go to our YouTube page as well. And if you haven't subscribed, you should to see everything happening in the studio. NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows a click away. Email us at instantAccess, kdkradio.com. It's exactly 6:15. All right, from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan.
Thanks, Rob. Traffic is still present but easing. Route 28 outbound remains the slowest corridor, though overall conditions are improving heading into the evening. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon, CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Summer's calling, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect vehicle to answer. It's the Bowser Subaru Summer Sales Event, where adventure meets incredible value on the vehicles drivers love most. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Outback Limited, VIN number TY451749, MSRP $44,148, and get 0.9% APR for 48 months or lease for only $349 a month for 36 months, with $2,999 due at signing. Spring into your next adventure today at Bowser Subaru on Route 51 in Pleasant Hills. Visit BowserSubaru.com. With credit approval and financing through SMFL, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's KDK Radio's David Bolorado. David?
Rob, Vice President Vance visits The View, and another warning about cars being stolen from a local community. We'll have more coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute Time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Look for a flood of Iranian oil to return to the global marketplace this Friday, with the U.S. promising to end all sanctions on Iran if it agrees to an interim peace deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That sent the price of oil tumbling today, down 6% to $76 a barrel. As for stocks, they ended mixed, with the Dow closing at a fresh all-time high despite a sharp sell-off in chipmaker stocks and worries about tomorrow's Federal Reserve decision on interest rates. At the close, the Dow up 329 points, 0.2%. The Nasdaq lost 308. That's a more than 1% slide, and the S&P lost 43. Netflix lost out to Fox. Both media companies tried to acquire Roku, according to Semaphore. But it also reports Netflix is one of several entities interested in buying Hollywood's Lionsgate Studios. And 5 new categories at this year's Grammy Awards, including one in a nod to K-pop, is for Best Asian Pop Performance. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Look, I know we just want to have fun. And I get it. People are looking to have a little adventure in their life, right? But these skill games in these various convenience stores, gas stations, if you will, and other places where you're doing your laundry, all the other things, and places in separate buildings that's all you have. Look, I don't see a positive vibe coming from it. And I've also had an issue with these vape shops, too. I'm sorry. I think the lighting is distracting. I think that there's no need for it. And I think it's enticing enough for, young people. Now, look, you got young kids with these gaming apps that are getting into a whole lot of trouble. The last thing, and especially if you've witnessed your father die from lung cancer after being diagnosed, dying within 3 months, it's a horrible death. You basically drowned in your own blood, okay, because your lungs don't work. I don't want my kids vaping or doing anything like it, and especially smoking. Yeah, I had a few little stints in my life, late in life, when I did it, and it's a filthy habit. I don't like it at all. But I also know there are people that simply are so desperate to get some sort of joy that they just have to buy into this stuff. If you look at these skill games, okay, I can make the comparison to the video game phenomenon, okay, that I have been involved in since day one, because you have to understand, I have a 35-year-old son, a 27-year-old son, and a soon-to-be 25-year-old daughter. So we were at the mall after my TV shows getting all of these games as they were coming out, right? And I mean all of the games, and the PlayStations, and the Xboxes. And a few times I started to realize, weren't you there when I went to bed last night? Have you been to bed yet? So luckily, my two sons turned into guys that really wanted to get their body in shape and spent a lot of time in the gym, kind of had that little addiction like their father did during my 20s, 30s, and 40s, and even a little into my 50s. Now I've kind of found a way to balance it. But there are worse things, for sure. But these skill games, and when I tell you, and I mean this with the utmost respect, I believe there are people that are there because they have nothing to do. And, you know, I remember when I was a kid growing up, and I'd be sulking about something or worried about something. My mother would say, get up and do something. And I remember when all of these certain medications were coming out, and there are certain medications that are necessary. So I want you to let me be perfectly clear. I understand that. And if I was growing up now, I probably would have been one of those candidates because I had to sit on my hands. I was always moving, right? But I really believe that if we could get young people, and not so young people, doing something with their hands, reading up, cleaning up, getting that job on an assembly line. Some people, look, not all of us are CEOs and chairmen of the boards. I'm a soldier. I use the microphone like a carpenter uses a hammer. This is what I do, okay? I'm not a boss. I don't have that skill about me, okay? I'm the person throwing the block to give the star running back the daylight that they need to get into the end zone, or to hold that left tackle down position by stopping the defensive line from getting to the quarterback. That's who I am. I know what I am. But when I see these faces that are locked into these skill games, coffee, cigarettes, and it's from the time I leave for work in the morning, and then when I come home in the afternoon or evening, I see the same people. And sadly, some of these people, because they're from places that I know of them. It's like the person that you would see at the lottery machine with the quarter just scratching and scratching and scratching. Look, I play the lottery every week. I don't even know what I would do if I hit it, but I like doing it. I had a friend who was my real close buddy who loved it. He's no longer here. It's kind of like my way of staying close to that friend who died a few years ago from COVID. I just want people to know, if you want a chance to grab the brass ring, if you want to have an opportunity to be a winner in life, you're not going to get it through a game. And the great thing about casinos, and why I love Rivers Casino and spend so much time at Mountaineer working, it's a destination. You don't do it all the time. It's like a good spaghetti sauce once a week is great, but every day, it gets a little old. So we're going to talk about this tonight, and I really support the courts, what they did here. So if you're going to do it, you got to pay the freight like everyone else. You got to pay the freight like everyone else. So we also need to get our kids motivated, because you know what? Generations of kids, including mine, we've been sitting long enough. Hey, if you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now at KDKRadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. News coming up next with David, and then we're right back at it on KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
There's a short list of trillion-dollar companies, and NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang thinks Marvel Technology could join that prestigious club. Huang told a trade conference that Marvel is poised to take advantage of the next phase of AI infrastructure growth, which could lead to a trillion-dollar valuation. Marvel has a new AI chip that it says is 25% more power efficient than rival data center chips. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 77 degrees. It's 6:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your homes, windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. Carnegie Mellon University is donating $3 million to Pittsburgh over 5 years for youth programs and infrastructure. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has more details.
The city of Pittsburgh is expanding its partnership with Carnegie Mellon University with a $3 million commitment spread over the next 5 years. Officials say part of the funding will support the city's Rec to Tech program, which helps young people build technology skills at recreation centers. The rest will go toward neighborhood infrastructure projects, including upgrades to green spaces and improvements for pedestrian, bike, and vehicle access. Mayor Corey O'Connor calls it an investment in Pittsburgh's future, while CMU leaders say the partnership continues a long history of working together to support innovation and opportunity across the city. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Vice President Vance was on The View today, where the host asked him pointed questions on everything ranging from the economy to immigration policy to the Epstein files. When it comes to the economy, the Vice President defended the Trump administration's inflation policies. The most recent consumer price index showed inflation was up 4.2% in May compared to the same time a year ago.
Right now it's at 3.5%. By the way, too high. We're doing everything that we can to bring it back down to 2.5%, which is where most people would like to see it. But we inherited an affordability problem. We're doing a lot to make it better. It's going to take a little bit of time. There's a lot more work to do. But the president knows that a lot of Americans are struggling. In fact, he ran on that.
Edgewood police are warning drivers of Hyundai and Kia vehicles about several cars that were damaged or stolen overnight. One was found in the city of Pittsburgh. Hyundai and Kias made between 2011 and 2021 were not equipped with an engine immobilizer, making them attractive targets for car thieves. Edgewood police recommending drivers of those cars to get a steering wheel lock like the Club, and they say they should park in well-lit areas with no valuables in sight. On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 329 points. The Nasdaq lost 308. The S&P 500 also closed lower, down 43. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Bucks in athletics in action tonight out west. Mitch Keller gets the start. First pitch at 9:40 p.m. KDK Radio News Time, just about 6:32. Our next update is at 7. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I like about having the most effective treatment protocol on the market for peripheral neuropathy is the stories that we hear. Like Karen from Export. She suffered with neuropathy for 3 years, and it got so bad that she couldn't even wear her normal shoes. In fact, she got rid of them and can only wear Skechers. After going through the program, now she's able to wear any shoes she wants, and she's very disappointed that she got rid of all her other shoes.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Karen. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for an initial free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, here we go again from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan.
Thanks, Rob. Lingering delays remain on the Parkway East and Route 28 outbound, but most major roadways are beginning to recover heading into the evening. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Under a partly cloudy sky tonight, there will be a couple of showers late. We'll get down to 58 for an overnight low. A shower in some spots tomorrow morning. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, high 77. Then we'll have a couple of showers and storms tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh International Airport gets a world-class award. Rich Fitzgerald will be here on our 7 o'clock hour to talk about that and more.
All right, the Berg Proud Challenge is gaining momentum, and we need you. Join Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank along with the Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers by moving 30 miles this June. You can grab a one-of-a-kind Berg Proud shirt featuring all 3 black and gold logos when you start a fundraising campaign and raise your first $25. Plus, your contribution goes twice as far thanks to a matching grant from the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/OdysseyPGH. Now, we've done all local in the first half hour, but there are some other stories that are making news. And one of the big ones, when I saw this from ABC News today, I went, you got to be kidding me. So let me kind of share this with you. And when we open up our phones in the 8 o'clock hour tonight, you'll have a chance to hear why I'm so frustrated, but I just want to kind of give you the facts right now. The FBI disrupted an alleged plot targeting the UFC Freedom 250 fight at the White House. This according to multiple sources familiar with the situation. 5 people were arrested. They're in custody as of today. That according to sources telling ABC News. Do you understand? We were last night, were we or were we not? Because of the 15-year-old being charged in that homicide, it kind of got us talking about violence around the world. And we talked about what was going on in Iran, what's going on in Ukraine, and obviously what we've witnessed right here on the home front with all of these shootings of late. And yes, involving young people in the Penn Hill Swim Club. And I thought, you know, maybe you need to look no further than what's happened to this administration, the president, how many attempts on his life, right? And then I thought, you know what? Don't go there, because right away people are going to be saying, you're just trying to make us feel sorry for Donald Trump, and you're just trying to protect your guy, as he has been told to me by many. Oh, that's your man. He's your guy. No, he's our president, and when he's doing something good, I like it. When he's not, like I said last night, I don't like the fact that the regime in Iran is going to be left to fight another day. And I surely don't like the fact about them dismantling the Department of Education. You heard in one of my opening monologues tonight, right? But this poor guy has been a target. I in my lifetime, I have never known one president who has gone through so much scrutiny and life and death, literally life and death situations. So I'm thinking about him today, and I'm saying to myself, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, he better get out while the getting is good. Look, you may not like the guy. I actually do. I have respect for him. Okay, we don't always agree, but you can't disagree with the blueprint. His children have turned out to be incredibly bright and together, right? I'm sure he's as proud of his kids as I am of mine, and you are of yours. And then I see pictures with his grandkids, and he looks like a grandpa. He looks like everyone's grandpa. And I know what you're saying. Come on, Rob. But he does. When I see him in a picture with his children, what do those pictures all have in common? He's smiling. The guy never smiles. He either looks like he hasn't slept or he's upset about something. But when he's with his kids and grandkids, he's smiling. It was great to see Barron, who I haven't seen in public for a while, who's a handsome young man just beginning his journey. Okay? But if I'm his wife, Melania, or his kids, I'm saying, Dad, drones. They were going to have drones come in. Innocent people. I mean, people can't stand this man so much that they're willing to possibly take this man's life right in front of his own family. And more importantly, right in front of maybe even your family. We saw that in Butler, did we not? I am literally petrified that one of these organizations, groups or individuals, some knucklehead is going to be able to accomplish their goals. And Kash Patel, round of applause for the FBI, and him even saying everybody really got involved and tried to make a difference by pitching in, and there was quick response, and thank God they were there to respond, and everything turned out okay. We are so fortunate to have these layers of security, the Secret Service, the CIA, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. So for all of you naysayers who simply have it out for law enforcement, well, let me tell you something. This isn't just about protecting a guy that you either like or don't, but it's about protecting you. I mean, this UFC 250 fight was packed, and they discovered this thing like on June 10th. So I'm thinking to myself, how many of these things do they discover without us knowing anything about them? A lot. A lot. But I'm looking at this guy thinking, those are your grandkids. You just turned 80. If you're lucky, 10 years, all right? At least being able to get out and about. But knowing this guy, he'll probably keep drinking his Coca-Cola and eating fried foods, and he'll probably live to be 110. But my goodness, do you understand the anger that people have for this man? Now I'm starting to really realize how unhinged America is. Because not only is the president being threatened, and I mean threatened probably every single second of every single day, but you have an organization who they stopped that was going to have drones, exploding drones, going into this crowd in various buildings. I mean, what was I just saying earlier about these games, right? These video games that kids have been playing for generations. Do you understand that these drones that kind of kept Iran in the fight could have been being launched from Russia or China? We don't know. We don't know, because that's what we're dealing with in warfare today. But now these terrorists and these individuals are going to start using these weapons of technology against leaders like a president, but more importantly, the human element. So I just started, my wheels started churning. And I was saying today, you know what this comes down to? people will actually sacrifice human life, friends, family, and neighbors to get to a man who they don't agree with politically. And what no one seems to gather here, he's not running for a third term. And once these midterms are gone, get ready. Let's get the ballroom done. I'm going to go around the country and just start doing these little campaign rallies and speeches, and I'm getting out of Dodge. I mean, really, the war could have been his signature, but it didn't work out that way. No harm, no foul. It's over. I'm not going to, chastise him forever. I don't like how it ended, and it's not over yet. I mean, they're demanding now Israel completely vacate Lebanon. I mean, they're dictating what Israel should do. So you see, they got a little nugget out there, that carrot that I've been talking about, and they just keep dangling it in front of our noses. Forget about the man's policies, his politics, his party, his individuals as far as thought process, even how he combs his hair, whether you like him or not. The anger has become so high-pitched in this country. It's on the front burner with a blue flame that you have a group of individuals out there, probably right now as we speak, that would be willing to do anything, even if it means killing innocent people, to be able to accomplish their mission. Now, if that doesn't surprise you, or that doesn't simply make you say, what is wrong with this world? See, because most of you who either like him or don't, you're just thinking about this story that should be the lead story everywhere. This should drive all of the calls tonight. This is epic. This could have been catastrophic. Maybe one of the worst murder scenes this country or world has ever seen. But because of the fast-acting FBI, led by Kash Patel and many others, they thwarted it. But the hatred has started to run so deep, we have a river of blood running through this country of people who simply have such disbelief and dislike, and yes, dare I say, hatred for President Donald J. Trump, that they would be willing to kill innocent women and children and individuals to simply accomplish their goal. That is a frightening story, and if that doesn't make the hair on the back of your neck stand up, then you must not be afraid of anything. But that literally made my blood go cold when I read that today and what could have happened. And now, that's out there, but what do we not know about? That's what's equally, if not even more scary. Crazy story. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more coming up later tonight. Now, next hour, it's a best of edition of Tri-State Neuropathies. Of course, centers with Dr. Sean Ritchie, helping people with neuropathy. You don't want to miss it. If you have it or you're somebody you know, that is where the hope is. And it's coming up from 7 to 8 tonight. Best of edition of the Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. And, of course, it's Dr. Sean Ritchie and me right here on KDKA. 645. All right, from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan.
Thanks, Rod. The afternoon rush is breaking up with residual slowdown still on the Parkway West around Green Tree, but traffic is steadily improving overall. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Hey, this is Calvin.
And Sam.
With Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
We're looking for experienced deck builders and lead carpenters who want to build high-end outdoor spaces without all the headaches. We specialize in premium decks, covered porch roofs, outdoor living spaces, and custom exterior projects. These are the kind of jobs that you'll actually be proud to put your name on.
And we pay fast.
Apply today at callthecousins.com/careers.
That's callthecousins.com/careers.
Call the Cousins.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You can never have have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team, when they discuss what are you making for Dad on Father's Day. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, once again in for the vacationing Paul Alexander, here's David Ballarado.
Rob, a man convicted of trying to kill a man in Shadyside in broad daylight 3 years ago. We'll have more on that story coming up at 7 o'clock right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
All right, David, thanks. Bloomberg Money Minute time again. Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. In an effort to end the war quickly, the Trump administration will allow Iran to immediately begin selling oil and petrochemicals on the open market after it signs this Friday's interim peace agreement. The lifting of all sanctions on oil will also extend to banking, transportation, and insurance needs for Iran, and that sent oil plunging to $76 a barrel today. But there were some jitters about a Federal Reserve decision on interest rates tomorrow, and although no change is expected at the close, the Dow was up 329 points, 0.2% at a fresh record high. The Nasdaq lost 308. That's a more than 1% drop on weakness in tech shares, especially chip makers. The S&P lost 43. New home construction in May falling by more than 15% from April to the slowest pace since 2020, the heart of the COVID lockdowns. And Wyoming has just become the first state to issue its own cryptocurrency, saying it plans to use the money generated for public schools. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen, everybody could use a night off, right? Everybody could use a day to not have to hit the snooze alarm, right? But sometimes I'm just glad to be indoors, and I'm going to explain why. So, how long have I been telling you about these bear sightings? Huh? Me. No one else. Me. I must tell you, for the very first time in my life, when I wake up on the weekends at 2 a.m. and leave my house at 3 a.m. and return home during the week around 11 or a little after, depending on if I stop off at Sheetz to get a little MTO food to go or some gasoline or whatever. I get out of my car, and honestly, I don't worry about seeing a possum or a bunny rabbit or a raccoon or even Wile E. Coyote. But this bear thing, it's getting out of control. And the Pennsylvania Game Commission is doing an incredible job. You know, I've said the unsung heroes, the Fish and Boat and the Game Commission, what these people do are second to none. And I have been affiliated and associated with them forever. Was putting them on this radio station 25, 30 years ago. Well, a black bear spotted swimming in North Park Lake. You've heard David talking about that in the news. You understand what we're talking about. This isn't like the neighbor's dog who broke off the chain, right? And don't tell me, I'm going to open the phones up tonight on this because this has become a real stickler, and now it's even getting closer and closer and closer to home. Here's the thing, too, that kind of ties in what I was saying earlier today, why people need to get moving. They need to get outdoors. I don't ever remember being a young person growing up that I ever sat in the house on a summer night. I mean, I would be out and about for hours, come home midnight, sometimes just enough time to grab the sleeping bag and then wide open spaces in the middle of the backyard. No fence, no protection, no nothing. And that's where we were. And there was always food around us. And we had the big metal garbage cans in which you didn't have the nice hefty bags to put everything neat and where it needs to be. Now they're saying don't put your trash out until the morning. But what happens if that trash comes at like 6 o'clock in the morning? This is becoming an epidemic, whether you want to believe it or not. But the reason that all this wildlife, I mean, I can literally leave here and see turkey Literally, flocks of them crossing the street. Geese. I looked across the street from where I live in Monaca. There must have been 100 geese right in the middle of the road. Everywhere I look, wildlife. I see deer, not just once in a while, every day. When I leave here tonight, I will see at least 2 or 3 deer. You know, one of the things when I was growing up as a kid, coming of age, the whole deer season, you know, when you turn 12, you got your first .22 rifle. Your dad let you use the grandfather's deer rifle that first time you'd go out, and he used his. And leading up to deer season, a lot of people would go out and they'd take spotlights and they'd see if they could find deer at night because you didn't see deer during the day. Now, you know what I'm talking about. It's true. Now, there are deer everywhere. I've talked to people that are tavern owners up in the mountains, if you will, Tionesta and places like that. They say, yeah, we're busy, but maybe for the first week, but not like it used to be, where people had hunting camps and they would be up here for weeks at a time. People don't need to go to the mountains anymore. You can get a 10-point buck down the street. They're everywhere. They're overtaking. Listen, I see people now have goats on their property. I mean, it's a menagerie, all sorts of things, right? But a possum, a deer, a rabbit, a turkey, some geese, they're not going to kill you. But a bear can. And I must tell you, never in my wildest dreams did I even think about a bear. And I have a friend who has a ranch in Montana. Talking to him one Thanksgiving, and he and his sons were out hunting for moose. And I'm thinking, and this guy loved the outdoors as a kid growing up. Loved it. All he wanted to do was catch snakes, and he just loved being out there. I thought he was going to be a forest ranger. I really did. But I must tell you, I told him, I said, there's no way I'm coming out there. You got grizzly bears out there. And, you know, people will say, get some of this bear spray, and you got to get tall, get big, right? I don't care how big you could be Wimbenyama. You're not going to be bigger than a grizzly bear. And then, you know, they'll always throw in these little tidbits. Well, these bear around here are only 300 or 400 pounds. Well, I'm just 200 pounds, all right? It's like the 2 guys that are running and one being chased by a bear, and the one stops and starts tying his shoe. And the guy says, what are you doing? He says, I don't have to worry about outrunning the bear. I got to worry about outrunning you. I mean, you understand, these are 300 to 400 pound bears, big claws, and they have bad intentions. They're hungry. And you know how you are at night when you're looking to get to the refrigerator and there's nothing there? You get a little angry. I don't know. I think this stuff is really starting to hit home. And I think we need to be paying attention to it. And I don't know what we do, but I think we need to get out and about. I told you this story how many times? My dad said to me one night, sitting in his backyard, this is like 1998. My son was like just being born, my second child. And I said, there's a skunk, there's a possum, there's rabbits everywhere. You just see a lot of activity. He said, well, you have to understand. He goes, there's no kids here anymore. He said, when you guys were growing up, no, animals didn't want to come around here because there were kids in the backyard, always playing morning, noon, and night, winter, summer, spring, fall. And what's happened, kids have become so sedentary now. They're on the video games, like I said, for hours at a time, scrolling, checking things out on their iPad or their phone, or they're involved in some sort of athletic endeavor, so they're now kicking up dirt. I mean, you remember what it was like when you came home from school, you put your play clothes on, you were gone till the streetlights came on. After dinner, you were gone. Summertime, from the time you opened your eyes and had that big giant bowl of Fruit Loops, you were gone. I can go through just about any neighborhood. You don't see kids on their bikes in the summertime anymore, just looking for something to do. You don't see them at the local ice cream stand hanging out, a group of people. Everybody's hermetically sealed in their house because of air conditioning. God forbid you don't want to go out in the heat. I mean, cut me a break. So that's one of the reasons why we're starting to get overrun by wildlife. In this bear situation, you better listen to the Pennsylvania Game Commission. And for those of you who think this is Yogi Bear we're talking about, we're not. All right? These are truly smarter than the average bear. They know what they want, and if you get in their way, it's going to get ugly. So please, be careful. I don't know about you, but I do think about this stuff now when I'm out at night, going to my car or coming into the house or whatever, taking trash out. I never thought about this before. Never. But these bears are truly everywhere. All right, short break. Coming up, Tri-State Neuropathy Center, and of course, Dr. Sean Ritchie. That's next.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 75 degrees at 7 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your home's windows, siding, doors, and baths, trust PJ.com. The man accused of stabbing a Shadyside man in the neck 3 years ago has been convicted on attempted homicide and other charges. Jasper Hilliard was accused of stabbing the victim in the neck and chest in an unprovoked attack back in June of 2023. His attorney had argued that Hilliard was high on synthetic marijuana and didn't know what he was doing. A Pennsylvania state lawmaker is trying to ban tianeptine, a dangerous addictive opioid billed as a supplement. News Radio KDKA's Pat Septak has that story.
It's called gas station heroin, a dietary supplement being sold in bottles at various vape shops, cigar places, and gas stations. It's being marketed to teens as an antidepressant, and while it's still legal in Pennsylvania, some say it has the effects of heroin and fentanyl.
So there are people within our Commonwealth that are going into comas and overdosing and dying from this. And just a couple of months ago, we had a death in Fayette County from this gas station heroin. So it's really, really bad stuff.
That's State Representative Andrew Kuzma of the 39th District. He tells the Big K Morning Show that his legislation to officially ban the product passed the State House Monday by a vote of 200 to 2. And he's very confident that within the next few months, it'll be signed into law. Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
In Delaware, officials have locked down part of Wilmington Hospital after a reported shooting that occurred on the hospital grounds between employees. At least 2 people were injured, and the search for the suspect remains ongoing. Police believe this incident was strictly a workplace shooting, but the hospital will still be on lockdown for the time being. Brian Peffer, who works as a patient guide at the hospital, tells ABC News he was in the emergency room at the time when the shooting started.
But it was pretty scary. It was pretty intense. My prayers are out with everyone because it's pretty scary. You know, I've never been a part of anything like that.
Authorities say the FBI disrupted an alleged plot targeting the UFC event at the White House last weekend called Freedom 250. They say the threat involved using explosive drones designed to target buildings in the area to prompt a mass evacuation. 5 people are now in custody. Officials say multiple suspects in multiple states were involved, but Secret Service Deputy Director Matt Quinn wouldn't comment further.
I'd say it was unique due to the numbers involved, the level of planning involved. Thankfully, our advanced threat interdiction unit got on top of it very early.
A black bear spotted swimming in North Park Lake is drawing plenty of attention from visitors. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
Braden Miter, lead supervisory park ranger for Allegheny County Parks, tells KDKA Radio that visitors encountering a bear should keep a safe distance.
You can make some noise to alert that bear that you are there. But if you just keep your distance and give it its space, it'll move about its day. It's not really looking to bother people. It's really just out there looking for food.
He reminds pet owners that county park rules require dogs to be leashed at all times.
If you have your dog off leash, it sees the bear, it runs over at the bear because it sees something new, it wants to interact with it, it starts barking at it. That could cause a negative interaction for the bear and for your pet.
Miter adds it's that time of year for bear sightings with mating season underway. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Sports, the Pirates will attempt to break their 4-game road slide in a matchup against the Athletics. Mitch Keller will be on the mound for the Bucks. First pitch, 9:40 p.m. our time. KDK Radio News Time, 7:03. It's 75 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm David Ballarado. Our next update at 7:30 on The Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers late, low 58. And there could be a shower first thing tomorrow. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, a high of 77. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm around tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Pittsburgh is coming together to fight hunger. Team up with the Penguins, the Pirates, and the Steelers. Join the Berg Proud Challenge in support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Every dollar is matched up to $1 million thanks to the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/BergProud.
The following is a rebroadcast.
The following is paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Information on the program is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
He's been joining us for years because they get results, and it just continues to grow. The brand that is Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. MaryDanston.com. Call this number today, leave your information, and you'll get your first consultation, examination, and treatment free. It's 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. One of the largest neuropathy centers in the country with the most experience, successfully treated over 15,000 neuropathy patients. Most powerful, non-invasive, FDA-approved technology on the market today. And they're 100% devoted to treating peripheral neuropathy only and are the experts in the industry. And if you know someone that's dealing with it, please tell them about this show and tell them about Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, because there is hope. And remember, when you dial today, 724-940-9000, make sure you leave your information. Again, a working number that they can reach you come Monday morning, 724-940-9000. He joins us in the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can see it and hear it stream live, kdkradio.com. Click on KDK Watch. Doc, great to have you back and consistently ahead of the curve in delivering advanced solutions for neuropathy. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
I am fantastic. It's always good to see you early any time of day, but especially on a Saturday, because we always have such good news to bring.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, last time we sat here and did this radio show, we talked about some breakthrough technology that we had. And obviously, since then, we've been treating people with it. And boy, it is surely making a difference. You know, we've always had such great results, but about every 5 to 6 years, there's always this breakthrough. You know, technology is always getting better. They discover something new. We're lucky enough to be involved with all these people that are always bringing this to the table. So we always know before anybody else. And I'll tell you, it's made a big difference in how people are progressing. It's helping them get better a lot faster. And even though we had great results before, they're just getting better faster now. So it's been an exciting journey these last few months, being able to see these people come in with no hope, told that there's nothing that could be done. And then we get started with the program and start to help to regenerate these nerves that are stealing their lives when they get damaged.
One thing I admire about you before we get into neuropathy, you keep investing back into this practice because you know you need more locations. You need to help more people because more people are suffering. Science, it's not the old way, it's the new way, and what is going to be leading the way. So it's about investing in the future for your patients, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We want them to get the best stuff on the market, best technology there is to help to regenerate those nerves. And we definitely have that. I mean, there's reasons, there's facts, there's science behind everything that we do. We always stay ahead of the game. There's nobody in Pittsburgh or even the surrounding tri-state area that has what we have in combined therapies. And we can talk through those, exactly how we have been able to help 15,000 people and what we do to get them better.
So what is neuropathy? Explain. There's always that first listener out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's devastating. If you could sit, Rob, with me for a day and just listen to somebody come in and tell their story, and it all depends on where they are. Are they 6 months, a year, 5 years, 10 years? It's just devastating. I had a gentleman come in, an older gentleman, and he had been suffering with neuropathy since 2017. And here's what he had. He had this feet from his toes all the way up to his knees, just started in his toes. These little nerves in your skin, they're called sensory nerves or small nerve fibers, they get damaged. There's lots of reasons that can cause those guys to get damaged, but when they get damaged, it likes to start with a numbing sensation. Bill had that numbing sensation. But as everybody that gets neuropathy, it's a progressive disease. It is, no matter what causes it or how long you've had it, it's going to progress. It could be fast, it could be slow. But Bill's was traveling kind of at a normal rate. It started turning into a pins and needle kind of feeling. Got that tingling sensation. Said he felt like he was walking on sponges, maybe bunched up socks. As it started progressing back from his toes to the ball of the feet, now it reached his ankles. Now he started getting these burning, stabbing pains, like electric shocks. And that's how it starts to advance. His thing was at night. Every time he would try to go to sleep, he's like 3 a.m. He goes, I don't know. It's almost like my body's set for that alarm clock. He goes, I get burning, stabbing pain, and it wakes me out of a dead sleep every single night. Every single night, this poor guy had to wake up, toss and turn. He says, I got to get up and walk down the hall, up and down. He goes, it takes me hours to get back to sleep, again, just to be woken up by the same thing. And it's just getting worse and worse on him. He had trouble, with the numbness, he had trouble with his balance. He had to migrate into a walker. Then he rolls into not feeling car pedals. This poor guy was not living a good life. In fact, he was telling me a story. He was at a little farm market with his wife, and he said, just stay here, I'll go get the car. And he came back, and as he spun around to come get her, and thank God there was nobody there, he hit the wrong pedal. He thought his foot was so numb, he thought he was on the brake. As he came pulling in, he was on the gas pedal, and he plowed into all these hay barrels, and he had stuff stuck in his grill. I mean, it's kind of funny to laugh now knowing nobody got hurt, but that was the last day that he was driving, all because this numb, tingling, burning, stabbing. But it was destroying his life, stealing his independence. And that's what neuropathy does. It's a devastating disease. It steals people's lives. It's just, where are you in your journey? And his was leading him into a walker. We started to treat him, and about 90 days into it, he was back driving again, feeling his feet, sleeping through the night. And that's just one of the many, many stories that we hear on a daily basis of how people can transition. But neuropathy is devastating. They say like 30 million people suffer with this. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. That's why just here in this local area, we've been able to help 15,000 people. And that's just a touch of it. There's so many more people out there suffering. And the worst part about it, Rob, these people are led to believe that there is actually nothing that can be done. They're told by everybody, they're PCP, they're neurologists, podiatrists, endocrinologists. They all say there's nothing that can be done, and you're just going to kind of plan for the future that this is going to get worse on you. That's not a good outlook for life, huh?
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Don't forget, in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia, MaryDanston.com. First consultation, examination, and treatment is free. Make the call today, right now, and leave your name, first and last, and a working number. They can reach you Monday morning, 724-940-9000. We're back in just a couple of moments with more good news from Tri-State Neuropathy Center's Dr. Sean Ritchie today on KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Don't miss your chance to step up and make a difference in your community. The Highmark Walk for a Healthy Community supports over 150 local health and human service agencies across 6 regions, including Erie, Johnstown, and Pittsburgh. To donate or register for an upcoming walk, log on to walkforahealthycommunity.org. Even if the walk in your region has concluded, you can still donate. 100% of funds raised goes directly to the local nonprofit of your choice. So let's get walking and make a difference in your community. Donate or register today. Donations will be accepted through June 30th.
Tickets for Kids will host the Dress Big Happy Hour on Wednesday, July 22nd from 4 to 7 p.m. in the Casamigos Club at PPG Paints Arena. Join sports celebrities and TFK's friends from the ticketing, nonprofit, corporate, and foundation communities for a silent auction, hors d'oeuvres, a cash bar, and the chance to play carnival games on the arena floor. For tickets, go to the events link at ticketsforkids.org.
Zero Res wants to help you clean your home. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the KDKA special.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. Being self-employed is tough. You handle your own income, your own expenses, and your own taxes. But the IRS makes it nearly impossible to file correctly unless you're a certified accountant. Unless you know how to deal with the IRS and navigate the tax code, you'll most likely run into a serious problem. Penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and even bank levies that drain your account overnight. Thousands of self-employed Americans thought there was no hope until they discovered a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or eliminating their tax debt after completing their free review. Explore options that may be available: payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Go to notax66.com now. That's notax66.com.
Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services.
The following is a rebroadcast. These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Don't forget, by acting today, you can prevent your neuropathy from getting worse with a drug-free, painless, non-invasive, and FDA-approved treatment program that will help you get back to enjoying all the activities that you love. Dr. Sean Ritchie with us, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. MaryDanston.com. And first consultation, examination, and treatment is free. And when you call today, first and last name and a working number, they can reach you Monday morning, 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. So, obviously, things are going great. They continue to get better. We want to help more people. So, who gets neuropathy, Doc?
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons that people can get neuropathy, but there's always that top four that I always seem to dive into, and it seems to be one of those four. So, the death and destruction of these nerves in the skin can be caused by first one's diabetes. Everybody thinks that's the only thing that can cause it, but that's not true. Diabetes definitely can cause these little nerves in your skin to die. Starts in your toes and works its way back across the feet. You can even get it in your hands sometimes. Second thing we look for is chemotherapy. People that unfortunately get cancer go through chemotherapy, radiation, immunotherapy, and these things can cause these nerves to die. Another one is age. Puts a little stress on our back and we get back issues. We end up getting stenosis, we get disc problems, maybe we even lead into surgery. Those things can cause these little nerves to die. Now that could be a little tricky one because you can have a thing called radiculopathy, which is like sciatica, it rolls down and can't reach the toe. But we can decide on that first visit that you come in whether it's radiculopathy versus the peripheral neuropathies, but we can determine that. Then there's some medications too that are out there. One in particular seems to be a culprit is cholesterol medicine, a statin drug, which a lot of people are on. So when you look at that, remember I said earlier, there's 30 million people that suffer with this. Let's take a look. When we get older, what do you get? Either you get back issues, arthritis, disc problems, stenosis, arthritis, or you get cardiac disease and they put you on a statin drug. Diabetes is almost an epidemic that we're running through. So you can get diabetes, type 2 diabetes, or then you can end up getting cancer, some type of cancer, and be put through some chemotherapy. Those are the top four things that you generally get when you get older. So that makes a lot more sense why there are so many people out there suffering with what we call peripheral neuropathy. And they're literally led to believe that there is no hope. You're going to have to live with it. And that's not true, Rob. I mean, how long have we been doing this show? And I've been doing this 13 years and helped over 15,000 people. Please do not believe that. That is not true. That is not true at all. The most important thing is you qualify for our program. And if you qualify for our program, almost everybody gets 50 to 100% better. And like you said, non-invasive, it's the easiest thing to do. FDA approved. And the greatest part is most of the technologies that you do it at home. So it's super, super easy. We just had a 94-year-old lady start the program a month ago doing fantastic, and she's able to do it. So it's not hard at all. You actually don't even feel anything. So it's a really, really comprehensive program designed to help to regenerate the body by giving your body the ability to heal those things. And it works great. You just got to come in and let us examine you and we can tell you whether you're a good candidate or not.
And, the sooner the better, and we always like to stress that. But no matter what you're feeling or what you're dealing with, or if you are on some sort of prescription drug because of it, you need to make the call because, as I've been telling you, and I'm going to remind you, the first consultation, examination, and treatment is free. They're in Wexford, they're in Monroeville, they're in Washington, PA, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. But let's talk about some of the early symptoms. Somebody out there maybe this morning trying to put their finger on why they're feeling this way. Let's talk about that. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, and absolutely the best time to catch it, Rob. The earlier, the better. If you're out there and you're sitting there going, my toes feel a little different. They might feel like they're swollen, numb, but you look down and they're not swollen, but they're numb kind of feeling, maybe a little tight and stiff. There's a difference between tight and stiff with arthritis, but then they just feel like you can't move them, but you're moving them. That's kind of the beginning stages of neuropathy. Sometimes people say, man, it started in my one big toe. And then it kind of rolls across the rest of those and then jumps to the other foot. And then it starts to work its way back. Peripheral neuropathy works its way from the toes all the way up to the knees. Unlike large nerve fibers like sciatica, like to work their way down. So that's the first thing. You want to, if you start to feel those numb toes and are not going away, maybe have one of these conditions, whether you're diabetic or you're going through chemotherapy, maybe you guys put on a statin drug recently, or you got back issues. This could be the beginning stages. And I'm going to tell you right now, best time to catch it. Don't wait till your Bill that I told earlier, waited till he wasn't able to drive and not able to sleep, because it's going to get there. It's just how fast. Then it rolls into this thing called tingling. It feels like they're tingling, maybe a pins and needle kind of feeling. This isn't always the case, but this is a very classic case of how it progresses in. Then you get the other stuff. This is where life starts to change for a person, is where they start to get that burning sensation. And then maybe stabbing, electric shocks. I just had a lady coming in. She's like, my husband laughs at me because I get hit with this electric shock, like somebody hit me with a cattle prod watching TV, and it's every night, and it makes me yelp. So she has no control over it. And then these poor souls try to go to bed and sleep it off. Just let me just forget about thinking about my burning, stabbing, pins and needles, tingling feet. And I just want to go to bed and forget about it. And a lot of times that's not the case, because these nerves, they're being starved of oxygen and nutrients from your blood. So that's the whole concept here. We'll explain it and that's how we help this situation. But they get into bed, and what happens? Your heart slows down, your feet are elevated. Now all of a sudden they're not getting hardly any oxygen and nutrients, and they like to talk to people. This is where they start to get the really bad stuff, losing sleep, walking around exhausted, and maybe get some cramps. And now it goes into, okay, so how does this affect your life aside from sleep? I know we talked about this in the past many times, Rob, just quality of life, being able to walk up and down the steps. A lot of people get in the shower and they have no balance, and they go to wash their hair. They always tell me they got to hold on to the wall. And then you get into just daily things, going down to get the mail, driving. When we get older, maybe we lose a spouse. That's one of my biggest things when I find out a person has lost their spouse and they're living alone. Independence is huge. If you can't drive somewhere and get yourself just down to the grocery store because your feet are so bothered by peripheral neuropathy, that's not a good thing. Now you have to rely on people. That's one of my big things when a person comes in, is we don't want them to lose that independence. And that's what we decide on the first visit when they come in. So peripheral neuropathy is devastating. It's progressive. It's not a rolled ankle that you just let it heal, a broken bone, let it heal, a cut, let it heal. This is going to progress. Quit believing that there's nothing that can be done. We've helped 15,000 people. We've grown to one of the largest in the country because we have the best technologies out there that are designed to help to regenerate those nerves that are damaged.
All right, and we're going to talk about that scientific technology that just continues to get bigger and better. That's what they do every day. This is their sole mission. Every single day they go to work, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. They're in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. Now, here's the offer we have on the table today. You call this number this morning, leave your first and last name and a working number. They can reach you Monday morning, and you will get the first consultation, examination, and even the first treatment absolutely free. So what you need to do is we go to break, 724-940-9000, 940-9000. Again, first consultation, examination, and treatment is free. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. Dr. Sean Ritchie, Metropolitan Window video screen. You can hear it and see it stream live right now. Go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Watch. First consultation, examination, and treatment free. They're in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia, 724-940-9000.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
Friends, this is Rob Pratt, joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monuments. John, we've talked a lot about how families should take some time to mourn before selecting a monument. So why do so many people still rush into it?
Well, we're hearing that some folks are under the false impression that they have to buy a monument right away, and even that they have to buy it directly from the cemetery if they want to make sure it will be protected.
And that's just not the case, right?
Not at all, Rob. Rome can design and install a memorial in any cemetery, and no matter which cemetery you choose, our total protection warranty will always remain in effect.
So basically, people should never be pressured into choosing a memorial right away and are never required to buy it from the cemetery.
That's right, Rob.
Thanks so much, John. And folks, you can learn more at romemonuments.com or visit one of their 9 area showrooms.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let cost keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 75 degrees at 7:30. I'm David Colorado. The WPIAL is tightening its review of student-athlete transfers, ruling 8 players ineligible for the upcoming school year. With more, News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
The decision comes as the league board of directors examined a growing number of transfer cases, including athletes who have moved between multiple schools during their high school careers. Executive Director Vince Sortino tells KDKA Radio the goal is to ensure moves are made for legitimate reasons, not athletic advantage.
It's the transfer of the kids that cannot be athletically motivated. So that is one of the areas that we look at to make sure that kids are not transferring for athletic purposes. They're not following a coach.
Sortino says the PIAA sets the rules and oversees the appeals process. He adds that while the WPIAL reviews hundreds of transfer cases each year, most are ultimately approved. He also says school districts can appeal the decision. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
AP correspondent Julie Walker reports that federal prosecutors charged 15 people accused of impeding agents during Minnesota's immigration crackdown.
Minnesota's U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen announcing Tuesday 15 members of 2 Minneapolis Antifa groups are charged with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers involved in the Trump administration's immigration crackdown in the state earlier this year.
Today's charges and arrests reflect a broad federal effort to address organized, lawless behavior which seeks to disrupt the execution of federal law, endanger law enforcement, and importantly, endanger the very communities that these defendants falsely claim to be protecting.
Rosen says their actions include stalking ICE agents, throwing blocks of ice at their vehicles, and setting up blockades around federal buildings. Meanwhile, the U.S. attorney was asked about charges related to federal agents fatally shooting Alex Preddy and Renee Good and said those investigations are ongoing. I'm Julie Walker.
KDKA Sports, the Pirates continue their road trip, hoping to get back to 500 tonight against the A's. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update's at 8. I'm David Colorado on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve? Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine? Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Oh, really? That's great. Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Yeah, you just said that. Did you say I just said that? Yeah, I'm cutting you off. I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline. So I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Look, with Medicare, this is important stuff, and there's never one size fits all. That's the beauty of MediConnect. That's why I love the company. The folks at MediConnect, they'll sit down with you in your home or in the office, anywhere you wish, to answer Medicare questions and compare plans with your current situation. There is never, ever a fee for their services. And they got 70 different plans. Medicare made simple. MediConnect, 888-818-6334.
Under a partly cloudy sky tonight, there will be a couple of showers late. We'll get down to 58 for an overnight low. A shower in some spots tomorrow morning. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, high 77. Then we'll have a couple of showers and storms tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers late, low 58. And there could be a shower first thing tomorrow. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, a high of 77. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm around tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
The following is a rebroadcast.
The following is paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, many people suffering from neuropathy's debilitating symptoms give up hope to regaining their lives as traditional treatments have been disappointing. There is hope. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers have been successfully treating and helping neuropathy sufferers since 2013. The professionals at Tri-State Neuropathy Centers understand full well how to help people with neuropathy. They have treated over 15,000 patients who have suffered from peripheral neuropathy and have a 90% patient satisfaction rate. They have become one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, and they're located in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. Find out more at marydansden.com, and we have this offer for you right now. First consultation, examination, and treatment is free. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. Before we get to the new and, as always, improving scientific treatment and what separates you from everyone else. You know, one of the things we don't ever talk enough about is how not only do you deal with the pain from it, but there's the complications that can develop with an open wound, an infected toenail, stepping on something that would require maybe a tetanus shot, and not knowing all of the above. Talk about that, then we'll roll into the science. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, that happens a lot. In fact, I not too long ago had a lady come in, and again, living by herself, independent, and she had neuropathy for several years to the point that her feet, she couldn't even feel at the bottom. But one of the things that we do on the first visit is a test, and the test you have to take your shoes and socks off. And as she took it off, I could smell that there was something different. And whenever she put her foot up, on the bottom of her one toe was black, like gangrene. And I said, listen, you got to go to the hospital, get that taken care of, and then come back and see me. She had stepped on something. And because her feet were so numb, she had no idea that she did. And then obviously it got infected, turned to gangrene. She did. She called me about 4 months later, and she said, I appreciate you sending me there, but unfortunately I lost a toe. I was heartbroken for her, but it turns out that she said, no, that wasn't it. they couldn't get the rest of it in the other toe, so they had to take my other toe. And then again, devastated, she said, no, they still didn't get it. She's like, Sean, I lost my foot. So she literally lost her foot because her feet were so numb. Must have stepped on something, whether it be a glass or whatever it was, nicked her toe, got infected, and she had no idea. Bottom of her foot, and nobody there to see or, keep an eye on her. I had a gentleman step on a nail, and he was having his kitchen redone, and he said, boy, somebody must have cut themselves, as he seen all these steps of blood throughout his kitchen that was being remodeled. Turns out it was him. He stepped on a nail and didn't know it, and he was leaving a trail of blood just from his own foot. But yeah, this gets devastating. I mean, in diabetics, it's the number one reason people have amputations, is all because of diabetic wounds. So that's not a good thing. In fact, it has to do with our whole concept here of being able to bring blood flow to the area. Without that good blood flow, that doesn't allow things to heal. So that is exactly our whole concept here. What we have are these nerves, Rob, that are dying. Okay, whatever it may be, diabetes, chemo, drugs, bad backs, Lyme's disease, Agent Orange, alcohol, whatever it may be that's causing these nerves to die, they're not staying alive because they are just not getting enough vital nutrients and oxygen from the blood. That happens because as we get older, these little blood vessels called capillaries, they start to tighten up. So your heart, it sends out all this blood. Now that is vital nutrients and oxygen to keep everything alive. It goes through an artery, hits this little tiny thing called a capillary. It's about the size of a hair, and it's very permeable. That's how all the oxygen and nutrients fall out. And that's what feeds everything, keeps your muscles alive, your tendons, your ligaments, your intestines, your nerves. Everything stays alive because of that blood flow there. Now, unfortunately, those little vessels that let that oxygen and nutrients out, as we get older in life, they start to tighten up and tighten up. Now, furthest from your heart is your feet and your hands. So those vessels are just very collapsing. And that happens because of this little thing called nitric oxide. You probably have heard it. It's a very big buzzword. There was a guy, Dr. Gnarro, in 1998 discovered our body produces nitric oxide, and he wins a Nobel Prize. This is what we've based our entire program off of. And so what happens is that as we get older, that nitric oxide gets less and less in our body production. They say about when you're 40, they say on average you've depleted about 50%. So essentially those little vessels start to tighten up, tighten up, tighten up. Now, unfortunately, you got these little nerves that are dying and they're just not getting fed. It's just like grass that hasn't had rain in a while. All you got to do is water it. And so they tighten up and they just allow these nerves to start to die further and further. Then it gets really bad. We have a cool little device. It's a thermal scan. When people come in and we take a picture and it shows the colors, which shows us, kind of the environment that these nerves sit in. And it tells us where, why they're dying, essentially. We run a test also that shows, how severe it is. It's a 2-minute exam. It's painless, and it tells us how bad those nerves are. So conceptually, it's very simple. If we can somehow open those blood vessels in the skin where those damaged nerves are, we can start to flood that area with vital nutrients, oxygen-rich blood, and allow those nerves to start to come back to life. And that is one of the main technologies that we use. And we have the most powerful. Nobody else has this technology like we do. It's the most powerful on the market by far. The second thing is we have a very specific electrical waveform that's actually designed to re-educate the nerves how to fire. I like to call it taking your nerves to the gym. So in one aspect, you're going to flood the area with vital nutrients. Secondly, we're going to stimulate them. We're going to have a little rehab for them. And then this new thing that we have is really cool. And this is what I talked about, this breakthrough technology. We found a way to help to drain the tissue of all that gunk, all those chemical irritants, inflammatory markers. And we do it with a specific electrical waveform that we can actually contract these little muscles around your lymphatic system. So as the one technology, low-level light therapy, can flood the area with all these vital nutrients, and then we can somehow drain all the junk out, that has been such a great thing. Now we have this healthy, vital nutrients into this tissue area that allows a great space for healing. And that's how we've been able to help 15,000 people. We have other technologies. Those, by the way, are done at home. So it's very easy to do. We do have some other technologies at the office that we can actually improve your microvessel blood flow. So now, not only are we opening the vessels, but we're bringing more to the area, just like turning the sprinkler up more. You get more water to the grass. So we have technologies that can do that, ways to increase range of motion. We even have some nutrients that we can support the body's system to have those vital nutrients in the body while you're going through the process. So it's a very, very comprehensive program, Rob. And we've been developing this over the years. First started with one technology, and now we've just migrated to the best on the market. And we're always ahead of the game. And we do have by far the best technologies on the market. And that's why we've grown so big and have been able to help so many people.
All right, next segment is my favorite because we do the success stories, and I just love hearing these happy stories, and he's going to share some of them in just a little bit. But just kind of, as we go to break here, got 2 minutes for the break, just speak to the person who is down and just sad and disheartened and feeling, though, hey, I've heard it before, and it just seems like it's the same result, no hope. Give them some hope, people dealing with neuropathy. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, I've heard that story every single day for the last 13 years. They've tried everything. They go to their PCP with that numb toe feeling, starting to feel weird, bunched up socks. What's going on, Doc? And they like to put the earmuffs on. They get sent away with no hope, no answers, till it starts to get worse. The pins and needles tingling. Now they got the burning. They're back at their doc and they do a blood work test. Come back and say, oh, nothing's wrong. So off you go. Then it rolls into, hey, let's refer you to a neurologist. And then a neurologist does the same test. Maybe they send you for an EMG. They stick needles in you and they turn the electric up. I hear it's not fun and it's very painful. But ultimately, they always come back to, hey, you have peripheral neuropathy. Here is this piece of paper. Go get yourself a prescription of gabapentin, Lyrica, Neuron, whatever it is. I mean, I have a list here of somebody went to a neurologist seminar about all the drugs that they could try on you. But the side effects are devastating. Nausea, depression, brain fog, suicidal thoughts. I mean, I've heard them all. And that's your hope there. And I'm telling you, that is not your answer. We have helped 15,000 people with this. We've grown to tri-state areas. I mean, it is a solution. Don't feel sad. Just give us a call. The visit's free, and we can determine whether you're a qualified candidate on that visit.
All right, good stuff. He is Dr. Sean Ritchie, Tri-State Neuropathy Center. Those success stories just moments away. You don't want to miss them. Again, first consultation, examination, and treatment is free. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. MaryDanston.com. They're in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. Make the call right now. Leave your first and last name and a working number. They'll call you Monday morning. First consultation, examination, and treatment is free. Tri-State Neuropathy Center, 724-940-9000.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Amazon Business. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney.
This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The following is a rebroadcast. These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, if you know anybody who has neuropathy, remind them that there is hope, and we're giving all of you hope with neuropathy, or if you think you have it, if you call this number right now, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000, Dr. Sean Ritchie and his staff, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, offering the first consultation, examination, and treatment free. Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. All right, Doc, my favorite segment. We got about 5 minutes left in the show. I want to hear some success stories. Go ahead.
All right. So the funny thing you just said, if you know somebody that has it, let them know. I want to tell you a story about Jane. Jane, she suffered with neuropathy for 3 years, and she got it from chemotherapy. But literally, one time she was listening to us on the show right here. She jumped out of the shower and called Jane. So it was Jane's friend and said, turn on the radio show. Listen, there's a guy that's been helping people with neuropathy. And so, yeah, if you do know somebody, they are looking for answers, just like Jane. Jane came in. She had it bad. Like she had neuropathy. Again, she lived alone. Independence was a big thing for her. But she was only about 10% functionality on her scores. And when we started doing the treatment on her, in 1 week, she couldn't believe the difference. She had trouble sleeping like a lot of people do. In that first week, she was able to get back to sleep. It's really funny, Rob, to see the demeanor in somebody. You know, it's just like when you have given somebody no hope and to just tell them it's going to get worse, they lose a lot of that energy. But whenever you tell them there is something, you're a good candidate, and then they start to see those changes, you can just see the transition in their expressions when they come in. Their personalities change. They become more lighthearted, and it's just really fun to see it. You know, there's a guy, Ken, like his big thing was, I'm not being able to golf. I can't golf anymore. And that was like his one thing. And after we got going through the program, he's back golfing again. Jane, she wasn't able to go see her grandkids. One of the things they played was soccer. And she couldn't get from the car to the field. People with neuropathy have balance issues. So when you start to give that, you know, not the flat ground of like your kitchen floor, but you put it in grass, they lose that ability to have that balance. So they really can't get to those places. So Jane's back watching her grandkids play, just getting balance back. I had a lady, Paulette, she was going to visit her daughter up in Maine. I don't know if you've ever been up to Maine, and the beaches there, they're not really beaches. It's a bunch of rocks. So, but it's really, really pretty when you go to walk out there and you can just see the ocean there and stuff like that. But she was able to walk on the rocks, and she could barely walk before that. So she was able to go out with her grandkids and her daughter out on the rocks in Maine and do the things that they wanted to do. The guy, Tony, he's had it for a long time. It was about 10 years. And he lost the ability to do two things that he absolutely loved to do. One was hike. Two was biking. And he just finished the program, and guess what he's doing? He's back hiking through the woods, which is right outside the back of his house. And he's also started biking again. So like these stories are just so fun to see these people come in and be able to just get back to doing the things that they love. I had a guy, John, he wasn't able to drive again. Just even sleeping, his wife was in and she's like, you should see him jump up and down these steps now. He had to hold onto the rail and like pull himself up. And now he's just flying up and down the steps. And it's just so great to see these people get better. You know, when the person gets neuropathy and they go through the journey that we've treated 15,000, Rob, but we've probably heard over 20, 25,000 stories. To listen to their journey and to be told that at whatever age you are, you know, we had a gentleman who was 45 years old, diabetic, that was told, you know, that he's going to probably have amputations or being in a wheelchair. To be told that at that age or any age, that that's your fate, that's what's going to happen, that here is a medication, it's probably going to have some side effects, and it's just going to try to mask that pain. Gabapentin's the biggest one. And that's what you've been dealt, and that's how you have to live the rest of your life. That's a horrible fate. That is a very depressing future. And I'm telling you, that's not the case. You really have two routes. You can go that route. You can get the EMGs. You can get the medications. You can keep up in your dose, 100 milligrams 3 times a day, all the way up. I've seen people on 3,600 milligrams of gabapentin, and almost everybody tells me it doesn't work. Or you can come to us, a free consultation. You come in, we're going to walk you through the consultation. We're going to go through a comprehensive history. We're going to try to decide what's causing it. We're going to make sure that it is neuropathy. And then if it is, we go through a 2-minute test, and it runs through activating those sensories with hot, cold, sharp vibration. Then we do a thermo scan. And by then we can tell you whether we can help you. And if we can, you can probably expect to get 50 to 100% better.
All right, again, let me remind you, this is an opportunity you don't want to miss. And if you know somebody dealing with it, please tell them there is hope. And this is the offer that we offer every time, because we want to make a difference in your life at Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. If you call this number right now, 724-940-9000, that number again, 724-940-9000, you're going to get the first consultation, examination, and treatment absolutely free. They're located in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. Find out more at marydansden.com. But before you do anything, make this call right now, 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000, and you'll get your first consultation, examination, and treatment free. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. Doc, have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you next month, okay?
Thank you, sir. Have a great weekend.
There he goes, Dr. Sean Ritchie, back with us next month. But don't wait, 724-940-9000. Call first and last name and working number. They'll get back to you Monday morning. First consultation, examination, and treatment free. 724-940-9000.
The proceeding was paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Information on the program was intended to solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard in the preceding program.
Toten's Diner in Wexford is open 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. If you want a great breakfast with big portions, this is your place for sure. With a friendly staff and Jim and Joanne Toten running the show, you feel like you're at home. Stop into Toten's Diner and see for yourself.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 74 degrees at 8 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Carnegie Mellon University is donating $3 million to Pittsburgh over 5 years for youth programs and infrastructure. With more, News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
The city of Pittsburgh is expanding its partnership with Carnegie Mellon University with a $3 million commitment spread over the next 5 years. Officials say part of the funding will support the city's Rec to Tech program, which helps young people build technology skills at recreation centers. The rest will go toward neighborhood infrastructure projects, including upgrades to green spaces and improvements for pedestrian, bike, and vehicle access. Mayor Corey O'Connor calls it an investment in Pittsburgh's future, while CMU leaders say the partnership continues a long history of working together to support innovation and opportunity across the city. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
An urgent manhunt in Delaware tonight after a shooting at Wilmington Hospital leaves a community on edge. ABC's Aaron Katersky with more details.
Police say 2 people were shot inside one of the state's biggest hospitals.
One shot in the neck, one in the upper body.
Dozens of officers and FBI agents swarming Wilmington Hospital late this afternoon. The building put on lockdown. People seen leaving with their hands up. Sources say the alleged shooter may be a temporary worker. Police know who the suspect is, and they're actively searching for him.
Upper St. Clair School Board has given final approval to its upcoming fiscal year budget, so that means the 3% tax hike there is approved. The district says for the median homeowner in Upper St. Clair, the increase works out to about $224 a year. FBI investigators are combing through the online activities of 5 men after law enforcement busted what they described as an active plot to target the White House UFC fight over the weekend. ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has more.
19-year-old Tyson Proper from Knox County, Ohio, charged with conspiring against the United States and attempted murder. The alleged plot discovered after Proper's mother contacted police just 4 days before the UFC event, noting concern about her son's recent conduct, including firearms purchases and communicating with certain individuals online who express ultra-religious and anti-government sentiments. The charges also lay out anger about the Epstein files and billionaires.
Westmoreland County is getting more than $600,000 from Uncle Sam for a series of law enforcement tech upgrades. They include money for more license plate readers at high-volume intersections, adding municipal officers to the county's digital forensic task force, and software upgrades as well. KDK Sports, the Pirates and A's continue their series tonight in Sacramento. Mitch Keller gets the start. The Pirates are looking for a win so they can get back to 500 on the season. First pitch coming up tonight at 9:40 our time. You can catch the game over on 93.7 The Fan. KDK Radio News Time, 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up next. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
Hey folks, Marty here. My man Carlos from Greater Pitt Tree Service. Unbelievable, 32 years experience. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Senior discounts, military discounts, specializing in large and confined area removals. Training to work near power lines. Amazing. 412-884-TREAT. 412-884-TREAT. It's the absolute best tree service ever. Greater Pitt Tree Service.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
93% of Pennsylvanians killed in a car crash while unbelted could have survived if they just buckled up. One simple click, a second of your time. It's the difference between making it home to your loved ones or not making it home at all. Whether you're a driver or a passenger, make the life-changing choice to wear a seatbelt every drive, every time. It's not just the law, it's common sense. Buckle up, PA. Learn more at PennDOT.pa.gov/safety.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers late, low 58. And there could be a shower first thing tomorrow. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, a high of 77. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm around tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
In the Metropolitan Window video screen right now, KDKRadio.com. Click on it. You can hear it and see it stream live as my good friend Beaver County Commissioner Jack Manning. Good evening, Commish. It's great to have you back on KDK. How are you, sir? Good to hear you, Jack. How are you? All right, Jack, you can't hear me, can you? No, he can't. So what I want you to do, Logan, is to fade to black. Tell him that he can't hear us, so give him the phone number to phone in, okay? Yeah, so we'll get him straightened out here in just a second. Hey, folks, it's technology. It happens, but this is where my broadcast savvy kicks in. So I have Jack here for a number of reasons tonight. One of the main reasons is to talk about these data centers. You know, they are here, there, and everywhere. It's the wave of the future. It's the artificial intelligence, right, that we are all so fearful of. But fear not, as long as you have the human element, everything is going to be A-OK. And they are here to stay. So we're going to be doing a lot about this story over the next couple of weeks. And in particular, tonight when we get Jack squared away and we get him in here and have a chance to catch up and to discuss what's happening with the data center in Shippingport near the nuclear power plant, and, of course, the one that is going to be built in Homer City. That's a big-ticket item. Homer City has a population of just under 1,000. You're going to have probably 10,000 construction workers there on site spending healthy paychecks and getting everything they need to get through their workday. So if I were in Homer City right now, I'd be thinking of opening a hot dog stand, a pizza shop, or something that sells work boots and hard hats, right? Because it's going to be massive. We're talking a $15 billion project. $15 billion with a B. So what does that mean? It's plain and simple. It means that you have to find a way to accept this because they're not going away anytime soon. So a week from tonight, we're going to be getting the Indiana County perspective from Jim Struzzi. We're going to have State Representative Jim Struzzi. And also joining me on the program will be State Senator Kim Ward. And we're going to talk to her about where and why are energy prices actually going up. So this has been in the wheelhouse of conversation after conversation on my show, my colleagues' shows. These data centers, people are concerned, but they need not be concerned. That's one of the reasons why we're going to get Jack on here in a couple of moments. But until we get him here, I just want to reiterate Tell you what, I got to help Logan out here. Let me take a break. Let me give Jack a little text message, and then we'll get him on when we come back after this. Stay with us.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap. Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. One of the biggest shocks of the tournament so far came in Atlanta as Cabo Verde played Spain to a scoreless draw. It was the first ever World Cup match for Cabo Verde, who put on a master class of defending and goalkeeping to deny heavily favored Spain. All four teams in Group H are on 1 point after Uruguay and Saudi Arabia played to a 1-1 draw. I'm Mike Conti.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Let's play a game. The rewards are high if played right. In the game, you can receive an education, choose a career, buy property, get married, and so much more. Success in the game doesn't rely on luck, chance, or even strategy. To win, you must know the rules. The Constitution is the rulebook for our game. It tells the players, you, me, the government, what's fair, what's foul, and who makes the calls. Learn the Constitution. Use it, defend it, and win, because if you don't know the rules, you can't win the game.
Freedom. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds.
Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, never fear, your Pratt Pack is here. I got it figured out with my man Logan, and now we have Jack Manning, who joins us now on KDK for a Tuesday night. Jack, how are you? Welcome to KDK. Good evening.
Doing well, Rob. Always a pleasure to be with you. Sorry about the connection here. I don't know what happened.
Don't worry about it, Jack. They've been doing it to me for decades. I know how to think on my feet, my man. All right, let's get going. I got some things I got to talk to you about. First off, the data centers we're going to get to in a moment, but some things that have come up in recent headlines that, hey, you're a politician and I got you on the air, so I'm going to ask you. These skilled games, I like the court ruling. There are just too many of them, and I think they're really hurting the general public. And I know we have a ton of them in Beaver County. There's not a convenience store or a laundromat that you go in that they're not there. They are slot machines. They need to be regulated. Your thoughts about the ruling from the courts on the skilled game situation in Pennsylvania, please.
Yeah, I totally support it. I was glad to see it come out. I know there's been a lot of debate in Harrisburg and a lot of attempts to try and tax. I am not one that's a huge gambling is the best way to improve the economy kind of a person. I accept the fact that there's some casinos around and the casinos are, licensed and there's revenue sharing from those. But I think these skill games are under the radar and need to be regulated a little bit differently. So I totally support the Supreme Court ruling.
All right. The other thing are these vape shops, especially the lighting that's very distracting, especially when you're driving around, and obviously what they're promoting. But I understand they do pay top dollar for rental space or buying buildings, and I guess when you have empty space, you got to do something. Just your thoughts about the vape shop phenomenon, and we are affected everywhere, including in the place I call home, Beaver County. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, they've moved into a lot of our downtowns, particularly, that have been struggling, and some people are under the impression that any business is better than no business. But I'm one that's not the best way to have a vibrant downtown, is to have the vape shop there. But they do come in and fill a vacancy. Then they play a part. Tobacco shops, vape shops have been around for a while now. I don't think many communities regulate them in the core downtowns, but there are ways to do permitted uses if you're where you can put them in different spots that don't necessarily interfere with the core Main Street businesses, with the restaurants and the retail shops and stuff that you like to be able to bring into a downtown. So they're there. They're not going anywhere. I'm not sure what else you can do about it.
All right, so let's talk some good news, and then we'll get to the data center situation. A lot of streetscapes, a lot of improvements. There is a lot of good happening in Beaver County. Obviously, Monaca, where I call home, they're doing an incredible streetscape. It's going to take a little bit longer than I'm sure anybody really wanted, but in the end, it's going to be beautiful. I've been visiting a lot of the various communities in Beaver County, and also Allegheny, Beaver, Butler, and Ohio, West Virginia, doing these videos social media-wise on my own dime for years now, well over 10 years, and I've made tens of thousands of these videos. And I got to tell you, there's many more good stories than bad. Just talk about how a lot of these river communities are finding new life through grant money and a lot of good decisions by being made by people in government, including you and the other two county commissioners. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've been funding and rotating the funds for streetscapes for quite some time now. I mean, most people, they come into downtown Beaver, they don't realize there was a streetscape that really turned around Beaver 20-some years ago now when they did their complete streetscape in the Main Street business district here. But Beaver Falls is going through one. Ambridge has had a tremendous renaissance. Minnetonka is going to do the same thing. New Brighton has a great streetscape. We use some CDBG money and some bond money to help fund those at the county level because we understand that the Main Street is the core of most communities. That vibrancy means a lot for bringing and retaining people into the communities. It's exciting to see. And, you know, I tell people this all the time, Robert. You know, there are 100 towns within a 1 hour's drive of Pittsburgh, just like 9 legacy river towns we have here in Beaver. Mm-hmm. And if you're an entrepreneur, you're a business owner, and you're going to come in and invest your money, you want to invest in a place where you can see a future, where you have predictability of what's going to be next to you, how you're zoning, how your ordinances, how you maintain that property. So it's important to have a streetscape aesthetically it's pleasing and has the right atmosphere for business development because people have a lot of options. Like I said, there's at least 100 downtowns within a 1 hour's drive of Pittsburgh. If you want to be in this region, you want to have that proximity to the city, but still have your core vibrant community. A streetscape is a vital part of that whole renaissance that can take place in some of these communities that have been struggling over the years.
All right, now let's get to the business at hand, data centers. I'm all for them. I'm in when it comes to the one being built in Shippingport. Obviously, what they're going to be doing, the Frontiers Group at the former Bruce Mansfield coal-fired power plant, or what they're doing in Indiana County. Next Tuesday night on this show, State Representative Jim Strucy and State Senator Kim Ward. One of the things I'm going to ask Kim, and I have to ask you, why do you think energy prices are going up, Jack?
Wow. A couple of things. Obviously, supply and demand is part of it, and the supply has been waning. We have shut down a lot of coal-fired plants, a lot of energy plants along the way in the Commonwealth, starting with 3 Mile Island and some other stuff. There's been a lot of energy production that's been lost, but the demand continues to skyrocket. I mean, there's a hockey stick curve of demand for energy, and it hasn't kept up. So the prices obviously have crept up. Part of that demand is on the data center side. But the problem is with PJM that we're exporting more energy out of Pennsylvania than we're consuming in versus what we produce. So I think a couple of things have to happen. One, the data centers have to bring their own energy to the table. We're in 100% agreement on that in Beaver County with the way we've tried to talk to these folks. But the state has to be thinking about PJM. We just can't be supplying all of these other communities that are in the region, other states that are in the region with our energy. We need to be able to have Pennsylvanians take the benefit of that before we start shipping a lot more energy out of state.
All right, last thing for Jack Manning, Beaver County Commissioner. I'm all for these data centers. I know a lot of people are pushing back. I'll get the update on Indiana County next week with Jim Strucy. What's the latest? It seems to be on the back page now, but soon it will be on the front page. It's going to bring thousands of building trades jobs, and more importantly, it's going to bring new revenue for a Beaver County that I love and can use every single cent it can get. What's the latest on the data centers, and when's this whole thing actually going to get underway, meaning shovels in the dirt? Go ahead.
Yeah, shovels in the dirt are going to happen real soon on the Bruce Mansfield site. That's the one that the commissioners, Lou Halati at the Corporate for Economic Development and the rest of us have all been on the same page. We're 100% behind a brownfield site, going to end up with its own energy source, brings its own water. It checks off all the boxes. It's the perfect location for one. The permitting process is going forward. It's been approved by a shipping port. I expect shovels to be in the ground before the end of the year, and they believe that when that starts, it can be up and running within 12 to 15 months. So we're in pretty good shape on that one. There are 3 others that I am aware of. There are others that have been speculated. We have not had a lot of contact on those. I don't know when will be started. Nobody has talked to us at the commissioners level at all on the pit race one that's created some controversy. So I don't know much about that. I don't know much about the technology, but I can say that the Align Group has been very transparent. They're in the Smithfield site. Frontier has been very transparent, and we're excited that one should be up and starting to be developed by the end of the year.
All right, last thing, and this is a double wow because it's so exciting. Beaver County Boom, just weeks away. Fill the folks in from the surrounding counties why all roads lead to Beaver County at the end of this month. Go ahead.
It's a remarkable music festival with a culmination of Zambelli fireworks at the end, and they're going to be, we say this every year, bigger and better. They are bigger and better every year. But the other thing about this, Rochester, Monaca, Beaver, Bridgewater, they all have community J's there. There'll be thousands of people on the bridge there in Bridgewater. A lot of featured bands all day long, a lot of food and entertainment. It's just going to be another great day, especially with the 250th anniversary. We have a lot of extra events going on around the community as well. So we're pretty excited about it. Beaver County Boom. So make your way over to Bridgewater, Beaver, Monaca, Rochester, coming up in 2 weeks.
All right, good stuff. Hey, Jack, thanks so much for joining me tonight. We'll do it again, okay?
You got Rob, anytime.
All right, there he goes, Beaver County Commissioner Jack Manning, a champ of good things happening in Beaver County. There's a lot of good things happening in this surrounding place we call home. And as far as these data centers are concerned, they're going to be built elsewhere, if not here. And they are the future. Artificial intelligence is not leaving. But again, human element, artificial intelligence, when you put the two together, you do incredible things moving forward. And when you look at the timeline of our countries, we celebrate 250 in just a couple of weeks. Every generation has had milestones and mountains to climb. The key is to get to the top and get over those mountains. We have a lot to get to. We're going to open the phones up in just a couple of moments, so get ready to dial in at 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack for a Tuesday night. ABC News Radio up next. Stay with us.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
You have some dough. It's lunchtime, but there's no way you would eat just dough for lunch, right? Well, the good thing is, I have some cheese. Your friend has some tomato sauce. This random guy on the street has pepperoni in his backpack. If we bring all these ingredients together, we end up with something much better than any of them alone. A savory pizza for lunch. But each of us has not only different ingredients, but also different opinions coming from our different life experiences. If we bring all these experiences and all these opinions together in friendly, civil conversation, we end up with opinions and ideas that are better than any of our individual opinions before. So if we want to come up with better ideas for a better world, what we really need are civil, civic conversations. Pizzas. It's an American thing. AmericanThing.org.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
Drone shows are better than fireworks. Fireworks are static. They're the same. Drone shows are able to evolve. The one thing fireworks have over drone shows are the sound. Fireworks go boom. Okay, we like that. But if you've seen one fireworks show, you've seen them all.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. One person is dead, another hurt after they were shot inside a Wilmington, Delaware hospital. Officials say the suspect is a hospital employee and...
The suspect is outstanding at this time, and we are actively working to identify, confirm his identity, and locate him.
Police Chief Wilfredo Campos. Planes dropping fire retardant above Washington State, Spokane County were below. The upriver fire continues to burn, now approaching 300 acres, threatening 500 homes. Federal judges now ordering the Trump administration to provide a detailed list of all the changes made at national parks. The descriptions on many contextual signs used at historic sites have either been changed or been removed by the administration. The FBI revealing a plot targeting the UFC fight night held at the White House, arresting at least 5 suspects. At the G7 summit in France, President Trump saying the memorandum of understanding placed between the U.S. and Iran to end the war is a fair and good deal. This is ABC News.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hi, Tom Jakobin with West Penn Life and Health. Being self-employed is rewarding, but finding affordable health insurance can seem almost impossible. That's why we recommend New Era Health Plans. Unlike marketplace plans with hefty premiums and high deductibles, many people are saving 30 to 60% or more and have no deductibles or copays on things they use most. If you pay for your own health insurance, are uninsured, or on COBRA, give us a call at 724-228-7187 or visit newerahealthplans.com to learn more.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a partly cloudy sky tonight, there will be a couple of showers late. We'll get down to 58 for an overnight low. A shower in some spots tomorrow morning. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, high 77. Then we'll have a couple of showers and storms tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
All right, here we go. My favorite part of the night, you and me until 10 o'clock. So let's go. 866-391-1020. A lot of stuff to get to. And we began this program a couple of hours ago talking about a number of stories local, right? Well, there are some stories that we need to talk about that are making headlines nationally and internationally. And I must tell you, I was told by somebody many years ago that ego will always bring you down. And I used to say, well, you need a little bit of that swagger to make a place for yourself, right? But you can overdo anything too much. Too much of anything is not good. It's all about moderation. Well, let me say this about President Donald J. Trump. Most of you know I really was on the bandwagon, and I still am when it comes to job creation. One of the reasons why I brought Jack Manning in here to talk about these data centers. They're the wave of the future. Technology is here to stay. If it wasn't for technology in the early 80s, our country would have been morally and emotionally and literally bankrupt. The lights would have been off. I'm just telling you that right now. If it wasn't for Microsoft and Apple and Google and eventually Facebook and more, gonzo. And TikTok, all of them, X, they're all adding to the business matrix, and that's a good thing. I love the idea of communicating. Obviously, the great brand that is Odyssey gives me a platform. We do so many incredible things talking about everyday life. But what this man has been doing of late, going in the wrong direction. And I think his ego is getting in the way. Like the UFC fight that he had on the White House lawn. Look, I understand you want to celebrate your birthday. I get it. Go get an ice cream cake from Dairy Queen, sit in the Rose Garden, have the grandkids come over, have somebody make some balloon animals, and call it a day, okay? Because that story alone, the FBI disrupting an alleged plot targeting the UFC Freedom 250 fights at the White House, sent chills down my spine when I saw that story break earlier today from ABC News. Because now innocent people are in the mix here. I mean, my goodness, his grandchildren, his children were there. I don't know about you, but I'm not ready to go anywhere. But if it would come down to me, my daughter, and my two sons, guess what? I'm out of here. Take me. That's how you feel about family. People that you bring into this world, they overtake your every thought process. And if I were him, I'd be thinking, I got to dial it back a little bit. Now we got some innocent people possibly involved. And I'm not done there. He let this regime stay in power in Iran. And now he's talking about this, that, and whatever, and I'm getting a sneaking suspicion that there's going to be some cash exchanging hands, something that Biden and Obama did. Why would you want to negotiate with criminals? I mean, why would you want to negotiate with criminals when you know the blood of 35,000 of the Iranian people who were literally murdered in cold blood because they needed a better way of life to take care of their children, but you would rather take that blood money from oil and give it to blood people like Hamas and Hezbollah that kill people every day when they wake up, as opposed to feeding and fueling the fire of that spirit and entrepreneurial spirit that many of these wonderful people in Iran could do and create a business matrix that would help your economy and also the morale grow. But no. You're sitting on trillions and you can't spare a single cent. This is the problem I've had with Saudi Arabia. The gazillions, that's right, gazillions of dollars that even make Elon Musk look broke. The average salary is like $7,000 a year. So amongst the ivory towers, you have the people that are poor holding their babies and saying, we just need to eat. I'm not done. Believe me, I am not done. And then Benjamin Netanyahu, who's always stood by your side, has always been your biggest ally, saying the greatest president that Israel has ever had in the way of a friend. And you not only trash him in a phone conversation in which you're using all sorts of really bad wording, expletives. That's exactly what he was doing. And now he's at the G7 summit where the world is watching in France, and he's bad-mouthing him again. Oh, I'm not done. I'm not done. and the Department of Education, which is the most important, so much so that I leapfrogged every other story to begin this show tonight about him saying it's going to dismantle itself. I can tell you positively on this show tonight, it did not do it to itself. This is not self-inflicted. This is a guy that's trying to put more money from one thing to another, and he's getting rid of stuff that he thinks is irrelevant. Well, that's easy when you're a multi-billionaire and your kids have all gone to Ivy League schools, when the average person is just trying to make the grade to maybe get a scholarship to go to a state university. I still respect him because he's the president. I still believe in the blue-collar jobs and the opportunity that we could have in this nation to create a better future for my children. Listen, the clock is ticking. I would love to, at least before I shut my eyes for some much-deserved rest, that my kids have a fighting chance. And in eternity, maybe somehow I'll be able to see what's going on 20 years from now, and they'll be gathering with their families, celebrating the holidays, knowing that everything is going to be okay because they live in the United States of America. So he puts his name on the Kennedy Center. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm glad it's off of there. All these different parks and this and that and bases. He wants to change names, do this, the arch, the reflecting pool. Stop it. You may be a billionaire, but the taxpayer is not. And as I said last night, looking at his young son, Barron, and I have a couple of young sons and a young daughter, I want to be able to give my children exactly what you gave yours. No, not your billions. That'll never happen. But maybe just a peaceful country that they know every day they wake up, they can accomplish anything that their little heart desires. But I don't like him messing with education. Public education is the last bastion. It's the last thing that we have on this planet. But he is the guy that we need to be tough. But he didn't do it when we needed him most. I'm not saying I agreed from the jump, or I would have said, go get Iran. But after they murdered 35,000 of their own people, I was hoping he would do something, and he did. It wasn't Israel, and he's all over Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu didn't start this fight. He did. But he should have finished it. What was the one thing your dad always said about the bullies at the bus stop? Don't start it. You just finish it. And this regime is still dictating, and now who's caught in the middle again? Israel. For simply defending themselves against Lebanon, whether you like me saying that or not, that's the cold hard facts, my opinion. And now Iran is saying, hey, before we sign anything, Israel, you got to get totally out of Lebanon. Okay, yeah, so they go back, and then Lebanon continues to push forward. This is, in my opinion, they're calculating, they're deceitful, they're liars, they're hateful individuals, this regime. And if he leaves them, and it looks like he's going to, in power, we're going to be doing this again. But it won't matter to him because he'll be at Mar-a-Lago getting ready for his next speech that's going to pay him millions of dollars. And look, I respect this guy. I've been all for this guy. I've taken it on the chin. People don't even want to have a conversation with me, and I actually think in some cases it's got me kind of not welcome anymore. But I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for the greater good, for the American people. So here's the other thing. So RFK Jr., Health and Human Services, says that obesity is down for the first time. Well, the reason it is because people are taking the shot, and that's a good thing. But it has nothing to do with what you've done. And I'll be honest with you, I like you. You've overcome a lot. You're an amazing and very intelligent individual. I can only hope to look as good as you at your age. You married a beautiful woman, really talented, incredible woman. And I know members of your own family are pushing back, which I said, one thing you don't do is air your dirty laundry in public when it is your family. But I got to tell you, this guy running for Congress in New York, that Schlossberg, happens to be JFK's grandson, Carolyn Kennedy's son, Tatiana, his sister, who recently passed away. Gut-wrenching. I don't even like talking about it. It hurts to the core. This young man's got something going for him. And I got to tell you, I like what his message is. And he's not pushing back on anything. And he's got a very heavily influenced social media post on a regular basis across the board on all of his platforms, and he does humorous ones to engage young people. This guy has gone to places like Yale and Harvard. He's only 33 years of age. And you know what? I'm not looking for another Kennedy. I'm not looking for another John Jr. or even JFK. I'm just looking for somebody who's got the right idea to do some things that can help my children. And I like how that young man thinks. So just when I'm about ready to give up hope, because it's turning into more ego than actually getting stuff done for the American people with this administration, lo and behold, there comes maybe a bright light who happens to be a member of my party. I just want this president to understand this office is on loan, sir, and you are on borrowed time, but guess what? So is America. This is the 2-minute warning. We're in sudden death. We may already be in overtime. I don't know. But nothing is really working of late. I want to see results. 866-391-1020. Let's talk until 10. Much more to come with your Pratt Pack on KDKA.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team, when they discuss what are you making for Dad on Father's Day. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here's what I want for Father's Day. I want some baked chicken from Coons Market. And I want some steamed vegetables. And some yogurt. That's what I want. Now, if this was Rob Pratt a few years ago, I would have taken a 2-foot hoagie from Coons Market. All right? A bag of pretzels. A gallon of ice cream. And a couple of ice-cold Coca-Colas. Oh, but hey, maybe even a meatball sandwich or a cold spaghetti sandwich. But this year, I'll settle for some baked chicken from Coons Market and some steamed vegetables. I'm really into this vegetable thing. I've eaten more radishes than the rabbit who spends most of his life in my backyard doing damage to everyone else's garden. Then he sneaks under the fence and hides out until he gets a chance to go do what he does. All right, here's Teddy up on Mount Washington. Teddy, you got to admit, things are spiraling out of control for Mr. Donald Trump. I think his ego is getting in the way big time.
Well, you better remember what happened to George Wallace. Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. So when you talk that kind of talk, you invite a lot of nuts.
Listen, if I were him, I would seriously be thinking, you know how you said to me the other night, a couple of days ago, about you see him resigning or leaving office? I'm like, I do. I know, you did say that, and I'm like, that's not going to happen. You know how many people have tried to kill this guy?
Well, look, it comes with the job. And I'll tell you what.
Not for everyone. I mean, this guy, there's been more assassination attempts on him than anybody in the last 20-some years.
What happened to the mayor of Pittsburgh? He got threatened to get killed not once but twice.
Sick.
It comes with the job. Okay, it comes with the job. That's why it's hard to get people to get into politics. Even judges get threatened. Cops get threatened. When you serve the public, you don't know what's going to happen. You can shake somebody's hand and pull out a gun, life is over.
Well, guess what? And I'm so glad you brought this up because here I was talking about Jack Schlossberg, okay? I really like this young man, but obviously look what's happened to the Kennedys. 2 of them been assassinated, and I'm sure many death threats on a lot of them because of sick people that can't separate politics from hate and anger. But you're right. If I'm a young person with all of this stuff I keep hearing about this president and drones and bombs, I'm thinking to myself, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to do that?
All right, look, Bill Clinton said the best I ever heard. He said, no man is ever ready for that job. I don't care who you are. You can read about it, talk about it, but till you sit in that seat, you have no idea. Absolutely have no idea. And guess what? If they don't get you, you got to worry about the family. Okay, it comes with the job. So when hopefully he leaves, resigns, whatever, gets off safely. I don't want the one to make him to a martyr. I mean, I had enough of that. So I just hope, like I said before, he has good health, great security, do his term, or like I said before, if I was going to resign and let J.D. Vance take over, because to me, like I said before, you hear these Democrats now, they said the first thing they're going to do is not help the people, but to impeach Donald J. Trump. And the country doesn't have the time for that madness.
Listen,
they're on their way. They're going to do
when
that.
you start going after some of the things that he's going after, like the Department of Education, that means you've failed as president. You're telling the American people you have failed. Look, why do you think? And it's a brilliant move on Josh Shapiro's part. I got to give him credit. These wonderful ads he has on with young elementary students on TV in this governor's race. He gets it. That's the future. That's our children and grandchildren. We've done our time. We've taken our bow. This is it. The curtain is coming down. This guy's got to. I mean, he loves putting his kids on that mantle, and I get it. But you know what? There are kids that need his help right here in Pennsylvania. We got to be helping young people by getting them a good education, 3 square meals a day, a roof over their head, clothes on their back, jobs from mom and dad, but more importantly, give them a life that they too can have an affordable life to where they get a paycheck that they can buy a house, buy a car, afford food, go on a vacation. That's what we're supposed to be doing here.
Well, I'm glad that Governor Shapiro finally listened to Ron Emanuel because he's the one who's bringing up education. The Democrat Party's not talking about it, and also the Republican Party's not talking about it. When it comes to the grades in this country, when it comes to our kids, man, we almost dead last in the world. Okay, Ron Emanuel brought that up a long time ago, and I'm glad the governor is talking about it because we're failing. You're talking about kids that have to compete with the world, Rob, not just here, with the world. We can't even get our kids in college anymore. Okay, either you just can't make it, you don't have the money, or you can't get that scholarship. We're falling behind.
No,
and
listen.
we're not investing into the future.
We have fallen behind, way behind. I mean, when you start talking about dismantling the Department of Education, you're basically telling future generations you're an afterthought. You make it on your own. We're going to live right here and now. I mean, this guy's eating caviar, not literally, but figuratively, because he likes his burgers and chicken, which I kind of agree with him on that. Well, the average person is just trying to make it work. Just trying to make it work.
I agree with that. Look, I agree with that. Look how many kids got student loans can't find jobs. Okay, Rob? Okay? You ain't saying nothing new. Okay? You got kids who graduate from college. Guess what? They live with mom and dad because they got too much student loan. No one's talking about that. Okay? When Biden came in and said, I'm going to forget everybody's student loan, I said, yeah, you mind. We have to have kids, and I understand why the parents want them to do better than they did. But you have to be reasonable with your kids. You can't go to college and let a kid take out a $100,000 loan.
I agree.
I agree. Like student loan predators. You can't do that. So we got to be real about it. And also, when it comes to what this president did with Iran, I agree. It's sinful. Because I agree with you. The next president, I don't care, Democrat, we will be back there. Because you think that money, which this president will pay, may go through Saudi Arabia, whatever, won't end up in the hands of Hamas or Hezbollah, you got to be out of your mind. Okay? You got to be out of your mind. And now we deal with a more hardline regime, and I feel sorry for Iran because they're on their own. Netanyahu has to make a big decision. Ignore Trump, ignore the United States.
Let me tell you something. Their soccer team is playing tonight. If I were a member of that soccer team, I wouldn't go back to Iran. I'm going to tell you that right now. And if I'm a citizen of Iran, I'm doing everything I can humanly possible to get out of Iran. All right, we're going to come back after ABC News, top of the hour. We'll pick up on this, but lots of other things to get to. The skill games things I was talking about earlier, listen, they're everywhere. I cannot believe they're everywhere. So what it tells me, people are so desperate for something, that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Because here's the thing you have to know. If they weren't doing what they were supposed to do, you wouldn't see them everywhere. Look, I remember when I went to Las Vegas for the first time back in the 70s. I was like 19 years old. There were slot machines in the airport. I thought, this is really cool. But Las Vegas professionals, they know what they're doing. Atlantic City, right? And now we have these wonderful casinos around here that pay the freight, tax money, lots of it. Do you understand where the Commonwealth would be without those casinos right now? And the job creation from it. But these machines that are slot machines need to be regulated. And you know me, I'm not all about government control, but I'm worried about the people that are my neighbors, my friends, my family, these communities. I see these people. They look as though they have, in many cases, no hope. Nobody's laughing. Nobody's joyful. You go into a casino, there's smiling faces, there's bells, there's whistles, there's entertainment, there's great food. You watch your favorite sporting event. You get to see major entertainment. You get to watch the ponies run around the track. I mean, let's face it. These skill games, if they're going to be there, they need to pay their fair share because Pennsylvania needs cash. And guess what? Maybe if we could find more ways to raise cash, we wouldn't be talking about getting rid of the Department of Education. Now that is a life's lesson. 866-391-1020. Your calls coming up next on KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-330-6363. That's 800-330-6363. 800-330-6363.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. The FBI saying there was an active plot to target the weekend's UFC fight at the White House. ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas.
5 people now under arrest. It was a serious threat. 19-year-old Tyson Popper from Knox County, Ohio, charged with conspiring against the United States and attempted murder, with other suspects from California, Nebraska, and Missouri, all charged with conspiracy to commit murder. The alleged plot discovered after Popper's mother contacted police just 4 days before the UFC event.
Gunfire inside a Wilmington hospital, leaving one person dead, another hurt. Officials tell us the suspect is a hospital employee, the victim's co-workers. Police Chief Wilfredo Campos.
Well, the Wilmington hospital was initially placed on lockdown. That lockdown has been lifted, and police are beginning to clear from the area.
Planes dropping fire retardant above Washington State, Spokane County, where below the upriver fire continues to burn, now threatening 500 homes. Evacuations have been ordered. At the G7 summit, President Trump urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to back off attacking Lebanon, that it's threatening his deal with Iran.
President Trump said the U.S.-Iran deal can survive even if Israel continues attacking Lebanon. But the president criticized Israel for its recent strikes in Beirut, telling reporters he thinks it went too far.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you.
Karen Travers, ABC News, Geneva, Switzerland.
Georgia holding primaries today in the state Senate race with 59% of the vote counted. The AP projects Trump-endorsed Republican Mike Collins will face incumbent Democrat John Ossoff. That seat crucial for control of the Senate this fall. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
15 people are facing federal charges in Minnesota related to the Trump administration's immigration crackdowns.
Conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, solicitation to commit a crime of violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assault on a federal officer, and destruction of government property.
U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen says the months-long investigation focused on 2 activist groups whose members, he says, violently imposed the enforcement. Dozens of protesters gathered outside the federal courthouse in St. Paul to denounce the arrest, clashing with U.S. Marshals who deployed pepper spray. Major League Baseball is warning players about riding on their uniforms after 3 players added Bible verses to their Pride nightcaps. Housing starts or building permits fell way short of expectations in May.
After a steep decline in April, the consensus was for at least a slight rebound in housing starts in May. Instead, the figure fell by another 15% to 1.17 million units. Looking ahead, housing starts might not rise in June either. 10,000 fewer building permits were issued last month compared to the month before.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Shares of Yum Brands climbed 2% on Wall Street after the company announced it's selling the Pizza Hut chain for $2.7 billion. Most of the restaurants will go to private equity firm Long Range Capital. Dave Packer, ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers late, low 58. And there could be a shower first thing tomorrow. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, a high of 77. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm around tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Roofing Company.
All right, we're back at it. Final hour before we say goodnight. We got a lot of folks I want to talk, going to get to in just a couple of moments. Some opening thoughts. That ABC News report about Pizza Hut, I hope that they get back to what made them famous. And for all of us who have to drive through or have DoorDash bring it, that's okay. I get it. But you know what? It would be nice to go back to the way Pizza Hut was, where you would sit down, get that delicious pizza, an incredible salad bar, those red frosted glasses, Coca-Cola, refills. Man, first dates, pitcher of beer. Come on, man. Pizza Hut was, as we used to say in the neighborhood, everything and that, right? Just love Pizza Hut. Still love Pizza Hut. Drove by the one in Baden today, and they had all their lights on. And I knew about this story because I've been reading about it. I'm all in on these business stories. Don't ask me why, but I just love it, right? It's one of my my passions, if you will. We've got a couple of new things being built in Rochester. A new Long John Silver's going to go up. Dunkin' Donuts coming to Rochester. McDonald's coming to Rochester. So to me, life is good. And that's just another sign of progress, right? But a very disturbing story. And Doug Oster was the first one to tell me about this. And, you know, he even said, I don't know if it's fact or fiction, but the bungee jump, the young woman who tragically lost her life, and some are being charged now with murder, if not all of them. I cannot believe it. She wasn't tethered. She went and basically plunged to her death. Now TMZ is reporting that this bungee jumper who plummeted to death wasn't killed instantly, was found alive, but obviously succumbed to those injuries. I mean, I got to tell you, here again, my children come to mind because me, I don't care how much money you offer me, even in my crazy days when I was young doing things that I shouldn't have been doing, you would never catch me bungee jumping. But every time I've seen a bungee jump, and I've seen a lot of them, and it was really popular about 10 years ago, right? I kept thinking, please, please, and you would wait for that bounce and go, oh, thank goodness. But that's always been my fear. It's like I have friends that skydive. That isn't going to happen either. Because, you know, it's just that fear. And it's like all this stuff Tom Cruise does in these movies, which are great. Hey, Tom, you're my age. Enough, brother. We love you. Let's do some serious roles. Get yourself an Academy Award nomination, or maybe even take one of them golden statues home. Put it on your mantle. Kick back a little bit. We need you. You're running this Skydance company, right? We need you. But my goodness gracious, that is such a frightening and horrific story. I can't even stand when I see it pop up. And then you get the algorithms going, and it just keeps coming up. And you just think, you're so sad for this young woman who had her whole life ahead of her. I don't know. I don't know why people have to be thrill seekers. There's enough every day that keeps my blood boiling. I mean, I don't need to jump off a bridge, bungee jump, or go skydiving. And I see people who drive like these kids on these motorcycles, these little motorcycles that they basically zip in and out of traffic. You know, you're sitting there after a long day and you're just trying to unwind, a little music, go home, and then one of them kids come flying. Let me tell you, first off, I used to ride those motorcycles. When I was a little kid, my uncle had a cottage in Darlington, Pennsylvania, along a little creek, and there was a riding stable called Midway Stables next to his cottage. and he had an old Renault, and there was a Ford and a few other things, and we had a couple of Honda motorcycles, and we would ride them, okay? And, I mean, in many cases, summertime, cut off jeans, no shoes, no shirt, and you'd be revving these things. And, I mean, I'm like 11, 12, 13 years of age. I'm taking this little Renault around this track, flying around this track. I mean, I'm not nowhere near old enough to drive. I mean, okay, some of that stuff. But, man, those motorcycles, if I would have ever been caught or somebody would have ever said to any family member, hey, Rob was driving this motorcycle and he was flying. And what these young people don't realize, all they have to do is hit a little rock, a pothole, something. You're done. Forget about having a helmet. You will be literally life-flighted, and it probably will be too late. So, you don't need to give an older gentleman like me a heart attack, okay? Time is going to do that quick enough. Just slow down. But I see it all the time, and I'm thinking to myself, what in the world are these kids doing? Why do they have to? They got the backpack on, they're hunched over, and they're flying. It ain't cool. All right, 866-391-1020. Let's get to Ross in East Liberty. Hey, Ross, welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you. I called to comment about Trump and the article that said he lost the war. But real quick, since you mentioned it, I was watching Inside Edition, and they talked to someone who runs a company a professional company that bungee jumps. He was saying what those people were involved in was rope swings. They forgot to put the rope around her, and then they're all kind of trouble. They have a back.
Can I tell you something? When you got that many people there, you think somebody would have double-checked. Yeah. Dear God.
Yeah. But listening to you last night on your exasperation about Trump, I almost brought me to tears because I could hear the strain of frustration. Look, if I heard Mr. Barkley, your crew worker, earlier today reading from that article.
Now, listen. Whoa, Ross. I don't want to talk about somebody else's show, okay?
No problem. I can adhere to that rule. It won't happen again.
That's okay. You don't have to apologize. That's their territory, and they're pros, and I hope people think I'm a pro, and whatever they decide to do, whatever they do is on them, and I don't want to they're not here to defend themselves or agree or disagree. But anyway, go ahead. What else on your mind?
From the article, it said that some of the information that newspaper got that someone read came from the Situation Room. Do you understand? Someone must have taken a recording device with them who wasn't worried about being searched, recorded what was going on, and then got into the article that we're all talking about that said Trump lost the war. The Situation Room. Someone that close to Donald Trump right now is an element of his current frustrations. Do you understand how dangerous that can be? We were talking about what the bishop was right when he quoted Clinton about no one, and I said, no one is ready for that job. And yes, I purposely made it gender specific because I said on this air a long time, many times, I'm holding my nose and reluctantly voted for Hillary. But I'll say it one last time. So it said someone recorded Trump in the Situation Room, and that's adding to his frustration.
But Ross, this should tell you we live in dangerous times right now. The world is evolving. It is changing. It's frightening. All right, we got TJ and John coming up in just a couple of moments. Love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. But the thing that's really scary about this UFC situation, and in case you haven't heard, which I can't believe, but in case you haven't heard, FBI disrupted an alleged plot targeting the UFC Freedom 250 fights at the White House Sunday that included explosive drones designed to target buildings in the area. Now, they told ABC News this and others. Now, these buildings were to cause evacuations. But look, do you think with that many people and those drones exploding that buildings are the only thing that's going to be affected? No. Not at all. And thank goodness that the mother of that 19-year-old ratted him out. I mean, and how she must feel like, boy, I did everything wrong. First off, what does a 19-year-old know about politicians or politics? With all due respect, unless you're the head of the young Republican or young Democrats in your community, I don't know about you, but when I was 19, I wasn't thinking politics, that's for sure. So other than maybe just a hateful thought, and then I think to myself, well, Rob, how many teenagers are killing teenagers? We just talked last night on the show about a 15-year-old charged with homicide. I mean, and these mass shooting in these schools, because people get their feelings hurt, they go back and murder people and innocent people. And now we've got a 19-year-old with a thought process who was going to do this, who I'm sure knows how to fly a drone. They all do. Could have killed innocent people. It's got to stop. And these people, whoever, and if found guilty, life sentence, end of story, done. You get one appeal only because I'm in a good mood, and that's it. If you're found guilty twice by a jury of your peers, lock and key, gone. I don't care if the prison system's overcrowded. Go rent some storage space. Do whatever you have to do. I don't want that type of person walking the streets, nor should they. Yeah, they get out in 10 years and they write a book and they make millions talking about how the system didn't work for me. Guess what? Go make it work for you and quit wasting your time thinking about stuff that you have no control over. Because guess what? When that person is gone, somebody else will take him or her place. That's life. That's who we are. 866-391-1020. More calls coming up next. Your Pratt Pack.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Hey folks, Marty here. My man Carlos from Greater Pitt Tree Service. Unbelievable, 32 years experience. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Senior discounts, military discounts, specializing in large and confined area removals. Training to work near power lines. Amazing. 412-884-TREE. 412-884-TREE. It's the absolute best tree service ever. Greater Pitt Tree Service.
Tickets for Kids will host the Dress Big Happy Hour on Wednesday, July 22nd from 4 to 7 p.m. in the Casamigos Club at PPG Paints Arena. Join sports celebrities and TFK's friends from the ticketing, nonprofit, corporate, and foundation communities for a silent auction, hors d'oeuvres, a cash bar, and the chance to play carnival games on the arena floor. For tickets, go to the events link at ticketsforkids.org.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. Let's go to John somewhere in Ohio. Hey, John.
Yes, I think people ought to look up something like the article Project Operation Northwoods. Project Operation Northwoods, or Pentagon Operation Northwoods, because Trump's own intel chief, Dan Coates, he was a few years ago Trump's intelligence chief, and he said that North Korea learned from Libya, from the United States attack against Libya, to never give up nukes and get nukes if you don't have them. It was really a shocking statement that he made to the Aspen Institute, a kind of a deep state elitist group that was he assumed was going to be confidential, but it was leaked to the media. And what he was referring to is that Libya had made an attempt to disarm and to appease the United States, and had given up any even theoretical embryo move towards researching nuclear weapons. And in return, the United States bombed Libya and murdered by torture, gruesome torture, the Libyan leader, Colonel Gaddafi. And I think people don't know these things, and that Operation Northwoods was exposed as a plot by the Pentagon in the 60s to murder Americans and stage terrorist explosions.
All right, John, I appreciate the call, buddy. Thanks. We've heard from John many times. I just got to let him do what he needs to do, and then he's all right, and I'm all right. All right, here's TJ and Carrick. TJ, welcome to the show. Good evening.
Hey, I want to come to Trump's defense. The guy is 5 steps wrong. Donald Trump is 5 steps in front of anybody in every room he walks into. And if he loses a step, he's still 4 steps in front of everybody in any room he walks into. He's just do you think you can keep up, Rob? Be honest now. Do you think you could keep up with Trump, with the speed of Trump? I mean, right after that MMA fight in Washington, D.C., he was on a plane on his way to the UK. So, I mean, the guy...
Okay, TJ, listen. Just let me explain. I get all that. And that's one of the reasons why I really like this man. I have respect for him. But he's 5 steps backwards now. You can travel anywhere in the world when you have people doing everything for you, okay? Everything, even laying out your clothes, okay? All he has to do is be from point A to point B, and he's got people who keep him on schedule, and he has to shake hands and he has to make a statement. 2 things he's been doing forever. But when everything you touch is not working, think about it. We're deeper in debt. The Iran war is a failure because that regime is still there. And now the only ally we have in that part of the world, he's pushing back on them, blaming Israel for something he started that got them so upset that got Lebanon involved, and now Israel's fighting Lebanon. Look, I want to see the guy achieve. But let's be honest. It would be easy to do what he does if you have somebody at your beck and call. Let's get realistic, TJ. It would be easy for you, too.
Rob, I got to tell you something. He makes all his own decisions. Nobody makes.
No, I'm not saying he doesn't. No, I'm not saying he doesn't.
Nobody.
I'm not saying he doesn't. But guess what? He hasn't been making very many good decisions of late either. Look, you think I want my president to fail? Unlike a lot of you out there who are happy that they're still in regime and is in power in Iran. You know why? Because that means he lost. And look, I know nobody wants to hear it. But I'm just going to be blunt about this. We did not win the Iran war. This peace settlement, or whatever you want to call it, it's not a declaration of victory. A victory would have been them out of power, somebody else running that country, and basically giving that country back to the Iranian people. That would have been a win. Now, I don't know why he did what he did and why he kept letting them up time and time again, but he did. And now this is where we're at right now. We're in a quagmire. This is where we are right now. All right, some other stories that are making news. This G7 summit, world leaders are meeting to discuss the Middle East and trade issues and also the ongoing war in Ukraine. You know, wouldn't it be nice if a G7 summit could actually be, we're discussing new partnerships, new revenue streams, new job opportunities, new rare earth minerals that we can utilize and help both of our economies, a stronger, united world that stands together and there's no immediate threat. But these countries that are meeting right now, all they're talking about is, oh, woe is me. They're not going to stop this war in Ukraine. They're never going to be able to stop this war in Ukraine because you have a nutcase running Russia. I promise you, right now, Putin is laughing hysterically because our country is unraveling in front of our very eyes. I mean, think about it. Where is Donald Trump winning right now? Where? The economy's not doing great. Gas prices are $5 and over. I mean, where's he winning? We had someone who was going to launch drones into a crowd watching a UFC fight in which he was attending, along with his children and grandchildren. He's not winning. I want to see the Donald Trump that overwhelmingly got another opportunity to be the president of the United States. And for those of you who are saying, well, he's just not liked, well, guess what? There are a lot of people that still like him. I still respect him. He's my president. But he got elected because more people liked him than did not. And I must tell you, all this stuff that's coming out about the former President Joe Biden, who I have equal respect for, dear God, how was that guy the president of the United States? Dear God. I mean, there ought to be a new rule. And this is one thing that if I was in Congress, I'd vote for. You got to be 40 and over. I think it's 35, but you got to be 40 and over, and you can't be over 70 years of age to run for president. And I'm pushing it there. I'm pushing it there. It should be more like 40 to 60. And 60, I don't know about you, but I know at 69, when I have my friends who are 59 say to me, oh, I'm getting old. And I'm like, guess what? The fun has just begun. I never saw age, and I don't even feel old. But all of a sudden, one day I wake up and I go to shave and I look in that mirror. I see my eyes, and I remember who used to see through those eyes, but I'm not the same person. The skin isn't the same. The hairline is gone. I'm not the same person. I have energy. I work out. I feel great, but I'm not the same person. And certain things aren't as enthusiastic to me as they were at 59. At 59, another deal, another opportunity, do something big. I want to do stuff that's big for all of us. I want to use this great platform and connect everyone with the time I have left to make us realize we've got a responsibility, you and me. We've got to turn this country around. And when I hear Corey O'Connor gets $3 million from CMU to help the Pittsburgh Public Schools, hip, hip, hooray. That's something to be proud about. When I see people like him and Rachel Heisler running Pittsburgh and doing things that are important for all of us, I'm excited. Because I see young people having an opportunity. Jack Schlossberg up in New York. I hope he gets elected to Congress. He's probably one of the most refreshing politicians I have seen in 10 years. He's only 33. I hope I live long enough. May he decide to ever run for a higher office. Because he's got guts. He says what he believes, and he believes what he says. Has nothing to do with him being a Democrat. I would love to see people like that running for big office, Congress, Senate, and eventually the presidency. We don't need anybody else 80 years of age in the White House. And dear God, with all due respect to Joe Biden, his wife who's out touring because of her new book, I'd love to get her on sometime. I'm just going to say this. She must cringe when she sees some of this stuff. And why did they make him? He should have been saying, I'm in for one term and that's it. And he should have disappeared for the last year and a half. He deserved that opportunity. He gave his entire life to government and to this country, starting as a junior senator from Delaware. But in the end, it came off the rails. And it's horrible to see this stuff. I want energy. I want someone who comes into the room, wham, star power. And I know he has that. But right now, he's backpedaling. I need him to get it in gear. We've got 2.5 years or so left for him to do what he needs to do to get this country back on track so future generations can continue to go down the track. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Got lines open for the first time tonight. Anything on your mind, first come, first serve. We'll talk till 10 o'clock. ABC News Radio next, your Pratt Pack.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for the spring sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro zero-turn, stand-on, and walk-behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road or call 412-242-6777. Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to noon. Call 412-242-6777. information.
Think your health insurance isn't changing? Think again. Premiums are rising, subsidies may go away, and expensive surprises loom. Have Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits be your health insurance advocates. From Medicare changes to ACA plans, the One Health Benefits experts navigate the insurance maze at no cost to you. Before you renew or enroll, call One Health Benefits. They work for you, not the insurance companies. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
This is Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. The FBI saying there was an active plot to target the weekend's UFC fight at the White House. 5 people under arrest. A 19-year-old from Ohio charged with conspiring against the United States and attempted murder. Gunfire inside a Wilmington hospital, leaving one person dead, another hurt. Officials tell us the suspect's a hospital employee, the victim's co-workers. Police Chief Wilfredo Campos.
Well, the Wilmington hospital was initially placed on lockdown. That lockdown has been lifted, and police are beginning to clear from the area.
At the G7 summit, President Trump urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to back off attacking Lebanon, that it's threatening his deal with Iran. Georgia holding primaries today in the state Senate race. 59% of the votes counted. The AP projecting Trump-endorsed Republican Mike Collins will face incumbent Democrat John Ossoff. That seat crucial for control of the Senate this fall. This is ABC News. The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org. Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a partly cloudy sky tonight, there will be a couple of showers late. We'll get down to 58 for an overnight low. A shower in some spots tomorrow morning. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, high 77. Then we'll have a couple of showers and storms tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh International Airport gets a world-class award. Rich Fitzgerald will be here on our 7 o'clock hour to talk about that and more.
Yeah, that's a cool story. I planned on talking about that last night, but we just got so busy, so I'm glad that Rich is going to drop by and spend some time in just a couple of hours on the Big K Morning Show. Just to give you an idea that things aren't really working for this president anymore, here's the latest from NBC News. Billionaire Rick Jackson defeats Trump-backed Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones for GOP nomination in Georgia's governor's race. Georgia's a big state, key state. Have you ever asked yourself, why are so many of your friends moving south? I can count right now at least a dozen people that I know, some very close, either have another home or have already moved to places like North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia. People are tired of doing all the work and having to pay all the freight. They're also tired of watching their kids matriculate through school, go on to college, and have no job. There was a time that people wanted to come to Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia. Why? Because there were jobs. There were lots of jobs. But now that's going in the other direction. People say, I want to go where there's a warmer climate. No, that's not the real reason. Because many people who have been to Florida in the summertime will simply say, it's too hot. I never leave my house. They're there because of the opportunities that are there. That's why this governor's race, and really, when you think about it, this is a great opportunity for me to tell it the way it is. To my fellow politicians, and I say friends and foe alike, your job is to create jobs. That's the single most important thing you should do. And now, what this president is doing, and I said when he got elected, Mr. President, if you could rewind my show from right after the inauguration of the second time he was put in the White House, I said, whatever you do, learn from your past mistakes. And I kept saying over and over and over, learn from your past mistakes. And while he's doing this, you got actor Sean Penn coming off of an Academy Award who's going to direct the movie for Warner Brothers that's going to be a massive hit that surrounds an individual, and that January 6th. So that day is going to live forever. And I was hoping, even though I don't believe he was directly responsible for it, some of you may disagree, that's okay. I don't think he was, because people have a free will to do what they want. The most horrific day in our country's history makes me sick to the stomach thinking about it. But I thought, okay, he's getting another chance, another curtain call, an opportunity to right the ship. And what's so sad about all of this, he has the ability to make it work. And I'm sad because I think if he can't succeed, other people who I thought would really do a good job as a president because of their business background, didn't happen. If Arnold Schwarzenegger was born in the United States, I'd vote for him tomorrow. With the guy, he was a millionaire by the time he was 26. He came to this country, couldn't even speak English, bought a lot of real estate, still does, went on to become a major movie star, became the governor 2 terms of California, yes, a Republican governor. Because his business mind, he understood what made it work. This guy I thought did too, but he didn't. And it's not looking very good right now. And he's doing exactly what I said literally hours after he was sworn in for the second time. Don't fall into the old trap. Don't let your ego get in the way. Don't make it personal. Have other people in your administration to weather the storm. Let them take the verbal shots. Let them go out and answer those tough questions. Let them get riled and get ruffled in front of the major news media that is always going to have the spotlight on you. Defray, and deflect. And he was doing really well. He brought Elon Musk in to kind of be the fall guy when he was working behind the scenes. And Elon Musk said, I'll be glad to help my country. And he took a lot of shots, and it cost him a lot too, where some very ignorant people were taking it out on his brand that is Tesla, not realizing, guess what? Elon's okay financially, but it's the people who work for that great company that need the benefits, that need the paycheck, that need the pension. So once again, the American people got it all wrong. That's why those of you who are thinking about this man, and sadly those who tried to do him bodily harm, guess what? It's not going to hurt him. He's got money. When he leaves, he's going to be fine. But what about the people that are depending on jobs in their future and creating more manufacturing and getting this economic bubble to burst so we can actually get flowing again? I mean, we are in this very tight bubble right now, and nobody's doing anything because they're petrified, because they don't know where their next paycheck is coming from. I've said this before. As much as I'd like to wave a magic wand and be 35 again, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not grinding again like I have. I'm not losing half of my life like I did. I'm not going through the trials and tribulations and the sacrifices and the losses because I just kept grinding and grinding and grinding to where I almost grinded myself right in the ground. But guess what? If I were 35 now with all of these winds swirling, I would be petrified. I'd be sleeping with one eye open. I'd be making double payments on the house, even if I had to get another job. Because anybody in debt right now, and we have $1 trillion worth of credit card in this country. Imagine that. This is like Elon Musk wealth, which is now on paper $1.4 trillion. That's like the credit card debt in America. Don't you understand that plastic card? You can use it, but you got to pay it at the end of the month. We are in dire straits right now. And our immigrant parents and grandparents and those who were born into poverty in this country put money under the mattress, paid off their house, educated their children, grew food, canned food, went to the grocery store, prepared their own meals, did their own clothes, did their own yard work, and slapped a coat of paint on their house when it was needed, and even changed their own oil. They had a great life. We now have the 15-minute oil change down the street. You're in, you're out. You can hire anybody. Just say, hey, you're a handy person? Paint my house, trim my shrubs, cut my grass. And you have money to do it. But you don't have money to even go on vacation because you say, I'm just not making enough. It's because we've become soft in America. And I thought this guy was going to ignite that spirit in America. But now, just like I said not to do, he is doing it. And I just figured it out because I started to add up. I sat down at home, as I always do, in the home studio, preparing for another show, checking headlines, making notes. And I said, I'm going to get a legal tablet. I'm going to put pros and I'm going to put cons. And I'm going to go down the list, even in like the last 6 months. Check, 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 check. And they weren't pro. He starts all this stuff, but he never finishes it. And then when this war broke out, I said, okay, now this is it. We're going to get rid of this regime who murdered their own people. We're going to help the global economy when it comes to oil. We're going to start doing business with other people in that part of the world that really we couldn't say were our friends. And we're going to create some sort of economic juggernaut. They're going to start buying natural gas off of us. We can get oil off of them. It'll be a marriage that will last for generations, and it will be prosperous. Well, here we are. And here's the thing. He said it Sunday, the morning of his birthday. The deal is done. It's good. The oil's flowing. Nobody has signed anything. They're making threats now to Israel, telling them to get out of Lebanon. They keep pushing it off on someone else. It's kind of like the person that you want to call because you're attracted, you want to go on a date. You keep waiting, you keep waiting, you keep waiting. Then you run into them. Oh, I was going to call. I was just thinking about you. As soon as I get this thing taken care of, we're going out. Sooner or later, you got to realize they don't want to go out with you. So leave it alone. Mr. President, Iran doesn't want to be your friend. This regime does not want to be your friend. As a matter of fact, they dislike, distrust, and honestly, they could care less about anybody in the United States of America because they're self-centered. And because of the money that they've had, their egos, like yours, is out of control. All I'm asking, and I'm going to talk after the break, and we've not talked anything but local tonight except for the last 40 minutes of this show, because I got to leave you with this message so you understand how important this message is. It has nothing to do with whether you're a Democrat or Republican. That person who sits behind the desk at the Oval Office, Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., must be a person of the people, by the people, and for the people. And he had all of those qualities, and he had the brain power to do it and run it like a business, and his ego got in the way. And now he's destroying it. It's like Nero watching Rome burn. Mr. President, it's not about you, sir. It's about the United States of America. How do you fix it? What do you need to do? That is next with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Curb appeal. That's a real estate catchphrase when they want you to know a home looks really beautiful from the outside. You want the same thing anyway. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters, which, by the way, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. You're dealing with the owners. Now, there's no reason to procrastinate. All you have to do is get the professionals to do the job right from the start. And all you need to do is schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. Being self-employed is tough. You handle your own income, your own expenses, and your own taxes. But the IRS makes it nearly impossible to file correctly unless you're a certified accountant. Unless you know how to deal with the IRS and navigate the tax code, you'll most likely run into a serious problem. Penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and even bank levies that drain your account overnight. Thousands of self-employed Americans thought there was no hope until they discovered a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or eliminating their tax debt after completing their free review. Explore options that may be available: payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Go to notax66.com now. That's notax66.com.
Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So, are you like me following this jelly roll bunny deal, this divorce? Well, they have filed for divorce in reconcilable differences. Court documents list their date of separation as May 9, 2026. While the split was a mutual decision, no single new trigger has been cited, though the two have openly navigated challenges like fertility struggles and previous infidelity. That's kind of sad. I'll be honest with you. You know, kindred spirits, they both have had some challenges in their life, and, you know, you just thought, hey, maybe sometimes love can win out. But this guy's gone through a transformation. I mean, God bless the guy. I mean, what he has done. Now I saw a story that he's want to lose. What do you want to lose? Like 50 more pounds. And then he wants to have his body, you know, surgically, you know, fixed, a little tuck here and there, because when you lose that much weight, I think we understand, that the body sometimes doesn't bounce back as quickly. And he said his dream is to do a shirtless cover on a Vanity Fair or Gentleman's Quarterly or something like that. So more power to him. She's created a great base for podcast, and I think her celebrity is only going to grow because she really has gotten some A-list guests. So he's going to be a country music phenomenon for many generations to come. He's going to reinvent himself, and I look for him to actually get an acting career soon. He's just got those kind of chops because he's from the School of Hard Knocks. So, listen, been there, done that. I'm a person that really is wise beyond my years. I know that my time as far as Cupid has come to an end, and I get it, and I paid the price. And I think most of you have been with me on that journey my entire life, and I've seen a lot of sadness in my life, but now I just want to see people happy, my kids, other people. And when I see couples that are celebrating a milestone when it comes to an anniversary or a partnership, I'm happy. It brings me joy. And I look at some of my sisters who are still, involved in that thing that is holy matrimony, and they're happy, and significant others who are involved, engaged, and it just makes me joyful. And I'll be honest with you, I like my life right where it is right now. And it's kind of sad when you see and think that there are people out there that are actually happy, and then all of a sudden you get the news that they're no longer together. But then there's Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, so I'm an eternal optimist. I get really verbally beaten up all the time because I'm like, boy, isn't that nice to see? I mean, because, it's like every dad's wish. You want your daughter, you want your son to actually meet someone and have a joyful relationship. I got to tell you, my oldest son, incredible wife, incredible marriage, 3 incredibly beautiful, amazing children, and it makes me happy. So I like seeing people happy, and I get sad when people aren't sad, when they are sad enough to end up getting a divorce, because I've been on both sides, and I got to tell you, I don't want to ever go through the bad side again because it can really knock you to your knees. All right, so this is what I think we need to do in America. And by the way, I got to bring this up before we get out of here. And I saw this, and I wanted to get it in here tonight before I get out of here. United Kingdom is the latest country to announce plans to ban children under 16 from using social media apps. This, according to Prime Minister Keir Starmer. This is also something that's trending not just in the UK, but ABC News, CBS, NBC, everybody's reporting at Fox. I love it. But do you see what is happening here? If you don't start minding the store, we were talking about parenting last night because of all of the sadness and the violence, right? You need to do your job. If you're not going to do your job, the government will intervene. Like with vape shops, can't be a certain, distance from school, something we've been talking about in the Pittsburgh area. God bless them. Great idea. Okay? These gas station drugs that you heard, reports on earlier today during David Ballarado's newscast, something's got to be done. Something's got to be done. And these gaming apps, teenagers getting involved in that stuff, that's got to be stopped. But if parents are doing their job, you wouldn't need the government in the UK to jump in. And it's going to happen more here in this country. My partner, God rest his soul, at one time, we did a Saturday morning show together. I think about him all the time, Mike Pintek. Mike used to say that to be a parent, you should have a license. You should actually have to pass the test. And I would give him, come on, Mike, are you ridiculous? Now, what do you think? Your parents, they need to take a test. Your mom and dad need to take a test. My mom and dad, we would go round and round. And the more that I think about it, Mike had a couple of very amazing things. One, everybody should be licensed to be a parent. And he said you should make every drug legal. And if people are going to kill themselves, they're going to kill themselves. And the war on drugs will never be won because there will always be drugs. We'll keep pumping billions of dollars into it, and it'll never stop. And I was driving into work tonight, and I saw a new one of these places going up, that you can buy that stuff. And I said to myself, Mike was right about so much. He was so far ahead of his time. The guy was brilliant. So I'm trying my best to carry on in his footsteps, trying to have that thought process. And when I'm preparing my show, a lot of times I think about what would Mike Pintek be saying? What would he be thinking? And for those of you who don't know Mike Pintek, because he's been not here for a while and he's been gone for a while, let me tell you right now, I've worked with some of the best of the best of the best. But Mike Pintek was a genius. Mike Pintek was Bill O'Reilly, Rush Limbaugh, all of them. Sean Hannity wrapped up into one. Megyn Kelly, he would have been a podcaster's dream. He would have been talk radio's dream. Odyssey would have given him a lifetime deal. The guy was brilliant because he talked about real issues affecting real people every day. And the great thing about Mike, and if you remember him, he didn't side with the Democrats. He didn't side with the Republicans. And if you notice me, I don't either. Because when it's wrong, it's wrong. And what this president is doing, it's wrong. And what future presidents and people running for office need to do, first, something Mike used to always say, you can't be in your 70s in the White House. You can't. More young people need to get involved in what politicians must be thinking about every day. The streets will get safer, education will get richer, prosperity will happen, and it will be raining money if you bring back the one element that's been missing from this equation for 50 years. And it has, for 50 years. You know what it is? The middle class. The middle class. That's right. And you know, it's sad. We've made so many sacrifices in this country. We've lost so much. And the wisdom of people like my friend Mike Pintek and others that really walk the walk are no longer here. But I always talk about standing on the shoulders of giants. We need to continue to do that. Why? Because if we do, we can see what lies ahead. And what lies ahead right now, it's not good. But it can be not just good, it can be great. If we start buying into what made us great the first time, and this is why I thought this man could do it, and he's not done yet. I believe 2-minute warning. We're down by a touchdown. He has just scored to tie it up with an extra point, but he decides to go for the 2-point conversion, and I have faith that he will get that 2-point conversion, and we will win this game. Because there's no second place in this game. We have to finish first. Not a tie, not second, not third. We have to finish first. Because what I said earlier, and I mean this, and I will say this till my last breath and my last broadcast, my last handshake or appearance